Hey guys! Soothing music in the background. Maddie chomping on her biscuits. Oh dear. How are we doing today? I'm running a bit late. Hello. Hi, Boo Boo. Do you want to say hello, Mr. Boo? Oh. You do? Say hello then. Say hello. Say hi. Say oh, hi. Hi, everybody. Woo woo. I don't know if you can hear him. Say hello, everybody. Say hi, Mama. Say hi. Boo boo. You don't want to talk now? No, he doesn't want to talk now. Say Mika. Yes, it's cold. Well, it's not cold. It's not 20 odd degrees. So I got the long one out today. The fringe is a little bit long, or my fringe is a little bit long. It's kind of hard to tell because it's both. I think it's my fringe needs cutting. Ugh. Hi, Nicole. Oh, you won the Halloween thing, didn't you? Cool. Hey, Lisa. You texted me earlier, didn't you? I just realised that I didn't look at it. I saw it pop up on my screen, but I didn't actually read it. Oh, cool stickers. Okay, guys. Ah, hi, Marie. I don't know what we're going to do today. Oh my god, I'm almost out of coffee. Should have made some coffee before I started. Oh, shall I show you some bits and pieces I've got? Whoops! Ooh, craft lunch. What's going on? This is my hair that's causing the problem. My huge cowlick is underneath, and it's making the hair go funny. That's better. Okay, so you remember the other day when I said, or the other week, when I said I need some more Moleskine stickers? Well, my friend Bart on Instagram, he's on YouTube actually as Where Alders Whisper. Go give him a follow, he's very cool. He sent me a heap of Moleskine stickers that he doesn't use. Thank you, Bart. Somebody else bought me these as well. They sent them from Amazon, and there's no information on who sent them. They sent me a set of Filofax ones as well, so if that was you, thank you very much. I did get them, and I did mention them last week. Or last time, I think. I don't remember. But, yeah, they're very cool. They're the right size. They're nice and colourful. They've got lots and lots and lots of different ones. I found them on Amazon as well, so I've linked them in my shop if you're interested in getting some yourself. You know me and my planner stickers. I love my little bitty planner stickers. So yeah, he sent me those, and then he also sent me, oh, so many things. Oh, I got these. These are really cool. You dress him up. He's like a little paper doll, and you dress him up with different stickers. I thought it was really cute. And then he sent me like loads of Moleskine stuff. Like this is a little. They're out of date planners basically. Like me, he buys out of date stock when it gets really cheap, and he just covers over the dates and uses it as notebooks. And he sent me these two because he knows I like Snoopy. This is a 2014 pocket planner, and this is a 2014 large planner. So, you know, the only thing that's wrong about them is the days. You can still use the dates and stuff. So that's pretty cool. Little Where Alders Whisper, I believe it's called. It is. He's certainly Where Alders Whisper on Instagram. Let me just check. There he is. Yeah, Where Alders Whisper on Instagram, and his channel, I'm pretty sure on YouTube is exactly the same. Alders as in the tree, Alders. Yeah, YouTube. Yes, it is. If you search the 3 words, Where Alders Whisper, rather than all one word, that is the title of his YouTube channel. He does like tarot readings and nature walks and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool. He's very relaxing to listen to. But yeah, he sent me these to use as notebooks. Because like I say, I don't care about dates. The dates are important, but not the days. So you can just cover over days with washi tape, or cover over this with washi tape, or whatever. Or just, I quite often just white it out, or ignore it. And I use these as notebooks. So, because they're chunkier than regular notebooks. I always used to do this before they brought out the Moleskine Expanded, because these are 365 days, so they're like 400 pages. Where all does whisper. No, where all does. Shall I write it in? Hang on, where's my... Oh. Hang on, let me get the link. Let me get the link for you. There we go. Yeah. Same name on YouTube as well, on Instagram as well. And he also sent me some of these, because I use these for, like, I use lots of different notebooks. Rather than having an index of content in a notebook, or an index in a notebook, I do put content, but I don't put indexes. But like, I use these for referencing my Book of Shadows stuff, because I don't know how people actually work on their Book of Shadows and only ever have one Book of Shadows. I've got about 12. But I've numbered the books, and then I will write, like, so I've got a page on alder trees. There we go, that's appropriate. So I've got a page on alder trees, or a reference alder trees somewhere. Then I will put under, I usually use an address book, which I think there's, oh yeah, like these little things that have an A to Z. So under A, I would put alders, and then I would put the reference of the book, the number of the book, and then the page that it's on. So you cross-reference stuff, and I've got one of these for my herbs. I've got one for my gods and goddesses and myths and legends. I've got one for my... I probably use this for my crystals, actually, because I don't have that many crystals. I'm not... I only really look up crystals that I'm interested in or that I already own. Or as they come into my possession, I will look them up. I don't look up every single crystal. I don't think you need to know what every single crystal does if you don't have it. So I will use this for like crystals, and I'll just go through and write the name of the crystal on the appropriate page, and then reference the book by the book code. I code my books. So like crystal books, I've got Book of Shadows 1, Book of Shadows 2, Book of Shadows 3, right? And then for stuff that I study a lot, like I've got Book of Herbs. So I've got BH1 and BH2 at the moment, because I've got 2 books of herbs. So I would write in here, like under G, I would write Ginger, BH1, and then all the pages that include Ginger, and then BH2, all the pages that include Ginger. And then I might go in and put BS2, so Book of Shadows 2, any spells that include Ginger, you know, stuff like that. That's how I catalogue my stuff. It's more of a catalogue than anything else, but these little things are really handy for that sort of stuff. And he sent me a big address book like this, a little address book, and then this is the tabbed pages. I've got lots of little notes here. He sent me a spell. Look at this. What a sweetheart. Unfortunately, I can't be a proper Santa and give you a nice set of Copics, but maybe this little one will be a good talisman that will attract many more, so that you'll finally have a nice collection. Isn't that sweet? He sent me a little spell Copic. Gold for attracting wealth and money, and olive. Well, it's kind of an olive gold, I guess. It looks gold to me. And a bright green Copic. I love my greens, especially acid lime green. This is going to be great for Halloween. And I don't have this colour, so that's pretty cool. What a nice idea to you know, if you're sending a little gift, to turn it into a spell. And it was all wrapped up. You can see it was all wrapped up in this, and it was all tied with a bow and stuff. I thought it was really nice of him to do that. So, and then he sent me this, which is absolutely lovely. I've got the English translation because my Polish is so rusty. It's a little Polish crystal deck that he uses regularly. The keywords are in Polish, but here's the English translation. So this is he's printed out all of this in English for me. How sweet. So this is all the cards, and, you know, done by Gem. So what I'll probably do, he printed this single-sided, so what I'll probably do is find an old scrapbook of some sort and just paste them all in, like a little field notes book or something, and just paste them all in order so I can quickly reference them, because it's quite tricky to flip through this. But look at these cards. These are so pretty. Look at this artwork. Isn't it gorgeous? So it's an oracle crystal deck, basically. Ruby. Jasper. Not sure. Rose quartz. Yeah, rose quartz. Carnelian. Garnet. No idea. Tourmaline. I'm going to guess that's a tourmaline variant. Diamonds. So each one's got the crystal and what it stands for, basically. But look how pretty they are. They're all done like, looks like colour pencil. Who's the artist? Does it say who the artist is? Cards, anything. Cards. No, it doesn't say who they're illustrated by unless it's in the book. Does it say? Oh, author! Here we go. Editor. Hedger. Translation by Anna Solon, who is from Land of Goddesses. And Bart actually did some revisionary spreads and typesetting for it. So he actually looks like it was authored and translated by one person, translated by another, and then Bart went through and did all the editing for it. but they're so pretty. I haven't had a chance to look through them all yet. They're all very cubist, and I don't know, this reminds me of Van Gogh. It's a very, they're very stylised. Like these swirls come up all the time. So that's really, really lovely. We'll have a look at those on Thursday in class. We'll go through them properly when I've had a chance to go through them myself. Like I say, my Polish isn't that good, so I might have to coral. I think that is Dearest. Precious Coral, maybe. That would make sense. Yeah, I might have to go through and write the actual English translation on the cards. Or maybe I'll just practice my Polish and put them all in a little book. But yeah, I thought that was really nice of him. So thank you, Bart. That was really sweet of you. Put these all together again, so I don't lose it. I don't want to lose the translation. So yeah, lots of little notebooks and things to keep me busy, and a new Copic. Gotta love a new Copic. I might put my I've got a witchy thing on my window up here that's got lots of things dangling on it. What I might do is put my gold ribbon onto there. In fact, I think I've got a gold medallion that would look nice on this ribbon that I can hang up. But I'm going to leave it like this for now because it is a spell. Ugh. So let's put those over there. Hey Rach! They really are beautiful. Unfortunately, they are a Polish set of cards, and I don't know where else you can find them. So apparently they're used a lot in Poland. I have no idea where you would find them or where you would get them or anything. So, Risha, hi. No computer trouble today. Hey Burgess. New goggles, guys. New goggles. I may or may not have purchased these because they were called Raven. Black metallic frames. Oh, you can see it better there, look. They're very nice. You can see. I don't have to keep. Like before, I was wearing my glasses like that so that I could see with my reading, but they weren't for distance as well. But now they've changed them so they're for distance and for reading. So now I can wear them properly on my nose and I don't have to keep ducking and diving and going like this to try and work out what the screen says. Which is great. I can see clearly. It's taken me about a week to get used to them because every time I put them on, the first day I put them on, every time I was looking normally, because I always wear glasses anyway, you know, I'm reading this, I'm reading this, I'm reading this, and I'll look up and I go, whoa, I can see. Oh, it's really funny. Anyway. Bullet journal, still in use, still going. Haven't used it today because I've just kind of been faffing about this morning. I haven't really done anything except set up the stream. So, because I've been working all week, I'm working on the Halloween Chronicles at the moment, trying to get everything. What I'm trying to do is get everything recorded and edited before we start on October the 1st. Usually I kind of work 2 weeks behind. So when we start the class, I'm still working on the last 2 weeks of the class, and then I change it as we go. But this time I'm trying to do some of it in advance so that I don't have to do that and I can actually enjoy my own class for a change, because usually I'm still working on the class, which, you know, I teach live, so that makes sense, but also I'd like to be able to have time to do the class rather than keep organising the class, because I've got a full sketchbook that I want to use and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, busy, busy, busy. Doors open on Friday, and there is already some information up. So if you're interested, link is down below at here, RhomanysRealm.org.uk. You can go down and you can go down in the description and you'll find links to the class. You can purchase Halloween Chronicles with the code CROW, C-R-O-W, in capital letters, and that will give you a 10% discount. If you are a patron or a member of the site, you can go in and purchase various bundle options. So you can get the Halloween Chronicles and the Christmas Chronicles together, or you can get When Frogs Sing 2021 and the Halloween Chronicles and the Christmas Chronicles. Yeah, so there you go. All prices are on the website. I haven't raised my prices in 10 years, so probably need to do that next year, I'm afraid. It's starting to get to that point where I might have to raise the prices. So yeah, I don't really need to fill that in right now. I don't really have anything pressing that I need to do. It's all stuff that I need to do that's not got done this week. I'm not doing any editing today. If I do any editing today, I'm going to go crazy. You're on your phone. Your computer is still slow. Have you cleared everything over for your desktop? You cleared the cache, but you need to open up some memory. Yeah, have you cleared the desktop? Because anything that's on the desktop is active memory. Rachel had that issue with hers. She had a Mac that was, I'm not kidding, I bought this Mac secondhand and reconditioned, and the Mac that she had was newer than mine. And she was complaining that it was really slow and sluggish and it wasn't doing... She had 1,400 documents on her desktop. 1,400 documents. I'm like, dude... Clear out the active memory. I've been using this. This is my B6 medium moleskin. I de-ringed my Filofax Portland because, you know, I'm a bit behind the trend here, but, you know, everybody's doing it. And I thought, well, you know what? I'll give it a go, shall I? Since I'm using a B6 anyway, B6 Slim, I might as well go the whole hog and try the Filofax thing, because I'm not using any of my Filofaxes at the moment. And this one, because it's a vintage one, under here, this is just gaffer tape, duct tape. Under here is actually the fittings, because it's got the old style fittings that you can literally just put it all back together. So all I've got to do is slide the container back on here, put the bits all together, put the top back on, and this is all back together. It's completely replaceable rings. So I figured this was the best one to do it with. All the others are quite... Well, I've got my vintage lock, but I don't want to take that one apart because I use that one. But all the others I've got are more modern, and they've got the bolts through, which is a bit harder to take apart. But yeah, I just stuck a bit of gaffer tape over there because the metal bits are quite sharp, and I just did... They were a bit ugly and they're quite sharp, so I just didn't want to cut myself on them, basically. And I'm using this as my Drawloween sketchbook. So it's going to be my little sketchbook for September, October. What's left of September, October. And I did this the other day when I was watching Once Upon a Time in Mexico. It's all ballpoint pen, and then I went over it with fine liners. So this is basically... I've got some spare pages at the front here, and then it starts the Halloween prompts. I've printed out all of Mab's prompts and put them on like opposite pages. I figure I can do, like I could do a big werewolf here, and then journal or write or whatever, or I could do lots of little werewolves or, you know, pumpkins. I could go crazy with pumpkins, and I can just do whatever page I want to do whenever I want to do it. So if I want to draw a few pumpkins, I can draw a few pumpkins, and then I can go, hey, I'll draw a few tarot cards. So, yeah. That's that. And then I've also got, the last one is Reaper, and then I've got some more pages at the back here. So if I run out of pages for September, which is unlikely to be honest, but if I do run out of pages for September, then I can use these pages at the back. Or if I want to do more on one of these prompts, I can use these pages at the back. The Filofax Portland has 2 of these, so I have a pen and a pencil. I don't know where my pen is, probably put it in here. It's not much on your desktop, just a couple of recent screenshots. Yes, screenshots shouldn't cause a problem. Maybe go through and get rid of, turn off any programs that you don't need to have active in the background, and go through and remove any programs that you don't use anymore. That helped mine quite a lot when I was starting to get a bit low on memory. Certainly turning off programs you don't use, because programs just turn themselves on after updates for no apparent reason. And it's like programs that you only use once every 2 years or something. Where's my pen? Oh, here it is. So yeah, I've been putting my pen in there. And that's just my little sketchbook that I'm carrying around at the moment. Obviously, UK, we are, I'm going to say, pretty much like this far away from a second lockdown, so I'm not really going anywhere at the moment. I've been using ballpoint pens primarily, but I'm also using a technique where I go in, and after I've done the ballpoint pen, I kind of go in and fine line a few bits and pieces, because ballpoint pens are great, but I find they're a little bit rough around the edges. So like these pages, when I'd finished them, there was just like, I don't know, you'd look at extra thick lines and there'd be like a gap and stuff, or it just didn't look as dark as I wanted it to look. So I went round with fine liners, and I've been using these Art and Fly fine liners to try them out. I'm really liking them. They're really good pens. One of them was dead when I got them, which I wasn't happy about. But it was a thin one that I wouldn't really use. Dear fine line companies, dear fine liner companies, can you please, as an alternative to producing packs of 12 pens with different points, could you also consider creating packs of 12 of one size? Like the most common sizes that people use, like the 005s, the 03s, the 08s. Because I'm kind of tired of having sets of 12 pens where I completely decimate 3 of them in a matter of weeks, and then the rest just sit here getting unused because they're sizes I don't want. It's just a suggestion. Hey Arts. So yeah, these fine liners are quite nice. They're the Art and Fly fine line drawing pens. They come in a set of 6, I believe. 5 or 6. I literally just had the packet here because I found my 005. Where did I put the packet? Oh, I think I shoved it in the bottom of the bin. Okay. So there's a 005, a 01, a 02, a 03, a 06, and a 08. How many is that? Is that 6? They all look the same, and the only information on here is on the caps. It doesn't actually tell you what size the pens are on the pen. So if you mix your caps up, you got a problem. So, and also I don't like having to read what's on my pens. So here's a little trick that I use, because I usually have fine, medium and thick. I'm at the moment using a 1, a 3 and an 8. And when these run out, I will use the 005, the 2 and the 6. Yeah, there is 4. There is 6 altogether. Because it's comparative thicknesses that are important for me. The 8, I put a thick washi tape on. And the fine, get this, the fine, it's genius this, I'm telling you. You'll be blown away! The fine pen, I'm going to put super thin washi tape on. I know, right? I've cut 2 pieces because it doesn't fit all the way around widthways, so I'm going to put this bit on this side, and then not only do I know for this set of 3 which pen goes with which lid, but I also know at a glance that this is the thickest one and this is the thinnest one, and by default this is the one in the middle. Genius! I'm a genius! I'm not a genius. It occurred to me that that would be the easiest way to mark them, because there's nothing written on the barrel. It doesn't tell you what thickness they are, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it doesn't tell you on the end of the pen either, it's only on the lid. So if you lose the lid to a pen, I mean the pen's going to dry up anyway, but if you get the lids mixed up, you've got to try and work it out from the lid, from the nibs, which is not that easy for the thinner, for the medium nibs. You're most likely to use all the 03 ones. Yeah, a lot of people gravitate towards 03. My 03 is my favourite size as well. But that's a technique I'm really enjoying at the moment, is just sketching in ballpoint pen, because it's like sketching in pencil, and then going like, if I want this dog to stand out a little bit more, this is Mojo, I think his name is. So I can just go around the outline of the dog, tidy up the edges, make it look a bit more refined, give him some, she says, making a complete pig's ear of it. But just by going round the edges of the dog, makes him stand out, you see. I don't like sketching in fine liner, but I like adding bits in fine liner afterwards. You're on your computer. See if it can hold up. Good luck with that. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do today. What should we do today? What shall we do? What should we do, guys? I came to the stream today without a plan. This is not a good thing. While I'm waiting for you to come up with an idea of what I'm going to do today, I'm going to... Okay, I'm just going to take that off because that's personal paper. All of this information is work information, so it's not private information. It's all available on the internet anyway, so don't anybody get worried about me showing my address or anything, my email address or anything. This is one of the... Something was wrapped... Bart sent me the cards wrapped up in this, and it's really cute, and I thought I would use it as like an end plate, like an end paper. Why not, right? You're making a male felt... Make a felt poppet for Halloween. A felt poppet? What makes you think I own felt? think I can get away with just putting a good amount of glue on this. Let's grab my glue stick. Hi, Paula. Pelican, hi. Lisa's doing her best right now to get me to sew stuff. Because she's excited because she's got a sewing machine. So she's trying to get me to sew things. Unfortunately for you, my sewing machine is way over there. You want me to sew stuff, I've got to be set up because I don't even know where the lead for my sewing machine is at the moment because I haven't moved it over this side of the room yet. Because I've been using it over there. Not currently using it over there. I was using it over there when my desk was over there. Aren't they cute? And who doesn't love a bit of ghosties? And it's like, this book, I'm guessing, I'm kind of using it as a bullet journal and journal. So I'm guessing it's going to last me probably through to the end of the year. So, of course I want to put little ghosties all over it. I mean, come on. So, liberal amounts of glue stick. I've already taken the white backings off. These are usually 3-ply, and I've taken off the 2 white ones. So now I'm just going to lay it down. They're never quite square, so I'm just going to align it here. It doesn't really matter if it's not completely stuck down or it's got air bubbles or whatever. It's because it's tissue paper, it's not a big deal. What type of mask are you making? No, COVID mask, probably. You do realise that I don't actually know how to sew. I literally just pull out my machine and start hitting things until it works. I've just got way too much faith in my abilities. Okay, and then let's put some more on this side. I don't want to accidentally stick it to the page, so let's just use this underneath to go around the edges. Okay. Again, it's tissue paper, it doesn't matter if it wrinkles. That's cute, I like that. The fitted ones are actually easy to make, Lisa. All you do is follow the pattern. There's people doing walkthroughs of them on YouTube as well. It's easier that way. You've got some left. Sure, I'll find something to do with that. I'll probably use it in my Poe book. Emoji ghosts. Yeah, they are kind of like emoji ghosts. Oh, have I stuck it the right way up? Oh, I have. Not that it would matter if it was upside down, to be honest, but... So, now I've got all that off, I can just trim it around the edges. Where's my... I've lost my little white pair of scissors. Don't know where they've gone. I'm just trimming off the rough bits around the edge and the corners. Because obviously this corner is square and moleskin is rounded. It's kind of like cutting the edge off a pie. Just follow the edge of the book. That'll do. I don't really care about the bits sticking out. Just want to get all the bits that are too big off. Cool, right? I like it. And I stuck my sticky box Gimme Treats doggy on here. It doesn't show very well on camera, but it does show on the book because the dog itself is... Oh, there we go. The dog itself is matte, and all the bits around him is matte. And then the sticker backing is shiny. So on the book itself, it actually does show really well, but it's not picking up on camera, that's all. Oh! Well, I remember. Sticky box. Right, you remember last week I was saying about sticky box? Names on stickers. How do we know who's done what stickers and such? Right, where did I put it? Hang on. Somebody commented on my video last week for me. And she said... There it is. Okay, Ange-Apocalypse. Thanks for that. I didn't know about this, as you could tell from what I said in the video. She says, all sheets with an artist logo or info are collaboration sheets. All sheets with the sticky credit and an artist credit are commissioned sheets. I don't really know what the difference between a commissioned sheet and a collaboration sheet is. And sheets with just the sticky credit are from Sticky themselves. Either they are completely in-house or it's a licensed art from an artist, which means that you don't need to provide the credit on the sheet. But, fun fact, usually all of the retro packs are original vintage imagery that's been cleaned, restored or collaged together to make new vintage pieces by them in-house. Okay? So thank you for that information, Ange. That was really helpful. So hopefully now you can look at your sticky stickers and work out who's done what. But I don't understand the difference between collaboration and commissioned. Commissioned implies paid for. So I would suspect maybe the collaboration sheets are just ones that people have submitted, maybe, or like a collaboration. I'm sharing the stickers with you. You can produce the stickers. Commissioned are specifically asked for from a specific artist, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the difference. I understand for me what difference between collaboration and commissioned is, but I don't understand what the difference is between their collaboration and commissioned. Usually if somebody commissions me to do something, it's like a sponsorship. They pay you to do something. If it's a collaboration, you do the stuff and then you get the free stuff. Or you get free stuff and then you do like a review or something. That's usually a collaboration. So I'm not clear on what that means. But either way, that's how it works for them, apparently. And she posted that on my previous... on the video where I was doing the unboxing of the stickies. So if you want to go and read her comment, it's there. In case you didn't really follow what I was saying. Right. What am I feel all at odds and ends today. I've got a broken tooth, so next week I've got to go and get my tooth done. First thing in the morning. 8:40 a.m. I didn't know there was an 8:40 a.m. but I have to go at 8:40 a.m. to go and have my tooth reconstructed. So I don't know if I'll be here next week. But yeah, I've broken the molar behind my canine. It's just completely sheared off. So that's fun. Spent the last couple of weeks in your sketchbook with watercolour and gouache. How about do something with pastels? I don't use pastels. Oh, oil pastels and Neocolor 2s. Well, I do use those, but I don't use them as a primary material. I use them on top of journal pages. Mixed media combo with watercolour pencil or watercolour coloured pencil. Get your pastels out. Yeah, 8:40 is way too early, especially for a dental appointment. The advantage is that I won't have had coffee and I'll be half asleep, so my anxiety should be a little bit lower than normal. I'm not scared of the dentist. I've never been scared of the dentist. Dentists don't really bother me. Going out, I have what I lovingly refer to as selective agoraphobia. You know, there's just some things, sometimes when you'd just really rather stay at home. And during the second wave of a pandemic is one of those times. So I'd really rather not be going out somewhere. But, come on, what can I do? What can I do? Oh, I've got something else I can show you. I dug this out because I was reminded that I had it by Courtney. Little Raven Ink. It's a Sabrina Ward Harrison book. And it's one of the ones that you can fill in. So all of her books that she brings out, they're intended for collage materials and pulling apart and doing your own thing with, but this is an actual journal. But it's got loads of stuff in it. So it's got prompts and things, and my pockets are the pockets of my life are filled with. So then it's got stuff you can write in. My comfort station can be filled with music, books and friends. So it's like a list almost. So, but I like to use these as collage pages. I don't tend to use the books. Same with the Art Doodle book. I started using it as a sketchbook a while back, but it kind of annoyed me that there was so much pink in it. Pastel pink and teal. Two of my least favourite colours, pastel pink and teal. So I started using it with like as bits of collage paper, like tearing out the bits that I liked and using it as collage. I like this. I've been very into dip pens at the moment. It's too much like what I do on Patreon, Nicole. What you're suggesting is basically what we do on Patreon every Saturday, and I teach live, and I don't know how to do it without teaching, and I try not to teach on YouTube. YouTube is about having fun and showing you how I'm doing stuff and showing you what I'm playing with, and it's about fun times. It's not about... I like that page. That's really eye-catching. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? It's here somewhere. Yeah, I spend 3 hours a week doing that already, so it's kind of not really high on my agenda. Was it that one? I saw purple stripes. Maybe it's that one. I don't know. Something caught my eye as I was flicking through. Where did it go? Maybe it was that. I don't know. It's a really cool book anyway. It's got some awesome bits and pieces in. Come on. What am I going to do? Can I do something in my sketchbook without teaching? I don't even know how to, honestly. I don't think I know how to do it without teaching. We could try. Mixed media combo with coloured pencils and watercolour. Oh, I know what I can do. Watercolour. There you go. We can do a mini tryout. How about that? Because I haven't actually used this book yet, which is this is one of the books that I got from Jackson's. Remember my massive £200 order that I got at Jackson's? This is one of the books I picked up, because these handbooks, they're £12 at Jackson's. On Amazon, they are ridiculously expensive, like 20 odd quid. So I picked one of these up primarily for urban sketching, but I haven't actually tried out the paper yet. So why don't we play with that? And let's pull out. Not really in the mood for watercolour. It takes a bit too long to dry. Hang on, I need to put that back in my journal. I've got a private thing here that I need to keep stuck in my journal, so I'm just going to stick it back in before I lose it. There we go. There we go. Let's see how these are doing, shall we? My Artex, that massive container is really, really heavy. And what I found is that I keep putting it up and then putting things on top of it because it's flat. And because it's really heavy, it's inconvenient. So I made a travel palette. I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Sorry, the Artex one I'm talking about is... Oh, I might as well get this down as well because I'll use that as well. So this is... See, it's like a giant game of chess, and I don't want to have to keep doing this. This is the Artex palette. This is the jelly gouache that Lisa gifted me. And it's a mess at the moment because it fell off the desk and it landed upside down. This is driving me insane. I'm not a everything has to be clean and tidy and organised and da-da-da-da-da kind of person. You know that. But this is doing my head in. So what I've done is I've ordered, these are 30 millilitre tubs. And you see what's happening is the black is going into the white and the blue is going into the brown. And they're all mixing together. And it's driving me insane. This cannot happen. Okay? So what I've done, you know those little pots that you get with the flip-up lids? The little airtight pots that you put sauce in? You get them from takeaways with little flip-up lids. I bought some 40 milliliter ones of those. So these are 30 milliliter tubs, and the ones that I've bought are 40 milliliter. So there's be a little bit of a gap. Because I don't know, sometimes when you scrape out stuff like this, it expands. It's kind of weird, but you know, like when you take coffee from one jar and put it in another, and even if the jars are the same size, you end up with a bit of coffee left, you know? I expect it to be a bit like that. So I bought an extra little 10 milliliters to go on. So when they arrive, I'm going to literally spoon these out. These are not stuck into the pans. They come out. I'm going to spoon these out into the little lidded containers, which are not dissimilar to this. It's just that they've got a flip-top lid. They've really missed a trick with these. They should have made these flip-tops. If they'd made these flip-tops, these would have been fabulous, but they're just so inconvenient like this. It's driving me insane. Not least of all because you have to be really careful which way round you put this, and then you have to be really careful how you put it on, because this is loose. This actually comes out. So you have to be like super careful what you do and how you do it, and you got to put this one on first, and you got to make sure you put it on absolutely flat, otherwise it gets everywhere and it mixes with your other colours. I don't like this. It's not fun. And then you've got to match this one up. So where's my green gone? Now I can't see the colours. Oh, there's the orange, so that's got to go that way. Oh, that's right, because it was the right way up. It's so messy, and I'm covered in the stuff again. No, not fun. So yeah, I'm going to take these all out and put them in little container things. And then I think what I'll do with this box, because actually the box itself is really useful. I can use this for like beading, or maybe my sewing bits and stuff, or something like that. Because this is all separate little compartments in here. So if I used it for like beads or something, that would probably work better. Because it's a nice little container. It's just, and it's really heavy. Anyway, that's the plan with that stand. So what I did in the meantime is I used, this is a, don't ask me where I got this, because I picked it up in an airport in Cologne in Germany. And it had chocolate in it. And it had a picture of Cologne Cathedral on the front. And I literally picked it up because I was like, oh, that's a nice flat tin. I can use that for watercolouring, because it fits on my sketchbook. That's how my brain works. So there's my gels. This one, these two, and that orange still seem to be fairly usable. The rest have dried, but I bet they're not totally, actually no, they're sticky. So I just need to add a little bit more water to these, and they should completely reconstitute. But that's why I got airtight little cup things, because I thought the airtight ones would be a better option. This is just water with a little bit of alcohol in it to stop it going mouldy. It's looking mouldy. Shouldn't be mouldy. Should be clean. Okay, we won't use that. That's a bit dodgy. Oh! We've got this one. This also is water with a little bit of alcohol in it. So I'm just going to spray these with a bit of water and see what happens. These are the jelly gouache that I took out and put into that tin. And they've been sat in that tin since, well, I haven't used them. I've only used them once because it was supposed to be my travel tin. But the fact that they dry out like that is really good, because that means I can use them when I'm out and about. Excuse me, I got the burps. I can use them when I go out and about. Pammy, hi. Sorry, I've got the windy pops going on. So, spent the last couple of weeks in your sketchbook with watercolour and gouache. Yeah, watercolour, gouache, colour pencils, ink, that kind of thing is basically my... I mean, I like Copic markers as well and stuff like that. So I use... But I don't just use, like, one at a time. I use them all together. So let's try this paper out, shall we? It's completely... the front page is a proper page. It's not like a silly stuck page. See, it's a proper page, which I like. A lot of brands have started doing that now, and I like it. It's got a plastic thing at the back, which I think is really handy, because I think this tin would fit into that plastic thing. Look at that. It will. Easily. That will easily fit in there. Because it's got thick sides. It's quite deep, but it's got thick sides. It's got like a envelope side. And because this is elasticated, it should... Oh, it might cause a bit of a problem closing the book. Maybe I can't do that. It's a little bit too long to do that. If it was a little bit shorter, like half an inch shorter, it would fit. But that's okay. It's all for trying. I can still do that, you know. Okay. What are we going to draw? What are we going to paint? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We've got to break in a new sketchbook. Let's do something Halloween-y. Because it's spooky season, right? Come on, it's spooky season. We're going to do the spooky season stuff. Let's make with the spooky season. Ooh, I get to pull out my washer brusher thingy as well. Oh, have I got it stuck? Yeah. So washer brusher thingy. I started taking this bit out because it kind of annoys me that I can't put my brushes all the way down into it. So I think I'm going to take this out. It's a good idea, but it's too near the top. It's not deep enough that way, if that makes sense. So you can't put your brushes, you know, if you imagine standing a brush up in that, it just tips out all the time. Maybe I'll try it again. Maybe I just need to get used to it. Let's try it again and see. And you like to play with all of your toys, mixed media. Yeah! There's only a couple of rules that you need to be aware of. Okay? Only a couple. If you're going to use anything oil-based, oil pastel, oil paint, or ballpoint pen, you need to do it on top unless you want it to show through, because you can't really put anything on top of oil. Oil paint and oil pastel should always be at the top layer, and then you put matte medium over your oil pastels if you want to be able to do anything on top. Ballpoint pen will always show through everything, so alcohol ink will always show through everything. You can't cover it up. You can cover it up with paper, but that's about all you can cover it up with. Let your layers dry, don't overwork your paper, and other than that, have fun and experiment. Because you can't really say, like, a lot of people will say, can I use such and such with this? And I'll be like, well, that kind of depends how much water you're using with it, and whether you're using water at all. And if you're using water, are you using a water brush or are you using a proper brush with lots of water? And, you know, the answer is always, it depends. So you really have to play. Let me just find where the bookmark was, because that's my rule for new books. You can tell where the bookmark was because it's got a little mark. See, that's where the bookmark was. Apparently, the bookmark is the colour comes off because there's an orange stripe. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but there's an orange stripe right there where the bookmark was on both pages. So I've said this before, when I start a new sketchbook, the first thing I do is go to the page that has the bookmark on, and that's what I use as my first page. Nobody wants to start at the front of the sketchbook. I don't have any fear of the blank page, I just don't want to start at the front of my sketchbook. But what I do want to play with, because I'm a giant nerd, and I keep forgetting I've got these, and then I get all nostalgic and like, oh, I kind of want to do that. I followed Johnny Depp on Instagram, and he was doing a letter to his fans type thing, and he was using a dip pen and ink, which apparently he uses a lot. If anytime he's sat at his desk, he uses dip pen and ink. And I was like, I've got dip pens, I haven't used them for ages. This one has a rough ridge on it, so we need to get rid of that, because that's not comfortable to hold. Where's my... I keep tidying up my desk and then I can't find anything. Did I put it in here? Nope. Did I put it in there? Nope. Let's put it over here. Nope. Well, ecky thump. I was looking for my nail file. Not the nail file I use for my nails, just the nail file that I use that I've hanging around my desk. Oh, okay. Normally I use a nail file on this to get rid of it, because I don't like this, it's uncomfortable. It digs into your skin. But I can't find it at the moment, so as you can tell I haven't used this pen yet. So what should we draw? Let's draw something. This is how you mix your ink without getting bubbles in it. If you shake your ink, you get bubbles in it. If you roll your ink, you don't. It just takes a bit longer though. You're going to use your watercolour moleskin for THC, but instead you ordered one of the handbooks. Oh, so you were going to use a watercolour moleskin and now you're using this. Cool. I'm interested in this paper. I want to try this paper, yeah. Because the last watercolour paper I used was the Arteza paper, and it's rap. Rap. Like literally, it bled. You like, if you drew a circle and you put your watercolour inside the circle, you'd expect it to stay there unless you'd wet the paper first, right? The Arteza paper, even putting just wet onto dry, it bled outside the lines and bled like crazy. It was not good. I'm going to try it with my Copics and see if it works better for... Actually, no, if it absorbs watercolour that badly, it's going to be even worse for alcohol marker. So I might just use it for ballpoint pen sketching. They're only tiny books, so I'd probably do ballpoint pen sketches. I've got two of them. I might use... Maybe I'll use one for Scooby and one for Maddie and just fill it with dog sketches. That'd be kind of cool, have dog sketch things. Halloween! Ooh, I know! Should we do the Sanderson sisters? That'd be fun. Find a good one of all three of them. That's not a bad picture. It's got nice, clear, bright colours. Probably best using my iPad, actually. Let's load that to Google Pictures. so I can bring it up on my iPad. Okay. Extremely slow and being silly. Let's just look it up. Sanderson sisters. That one. There we go. A cauldron. Cauldron's boring. Just a black circle with the top cut off and some bubbly green juice coming out the top. I mean, cauldron's not hard to do. Let's do these guys. But let's do cartoon versions of these guys. So this is how, not the colour bit, but this is how I sketch when I'm watching a film or something like that. So you basically have to keep in mind the pose that you want. If you can't do that, then what I normally do is get a screenshot, which is for the faces, and that helps me put the faces together, and then everything else I just wing it. I've gone into teaching mode. See, I can't help myself. I go into teaching mode. This is supposed to be fun, and I'm turning it into a class, but I can't help it. To get a likeness, the easiest way to get a likeness is to draw the mask of the face. So, how can I show you this? Let's do it on... Let's do it on Procreate. And show you what I'm looking at. I'm moving my thing off screen because I've got Edgar Allan Poe stuff that I don't want you to see. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about when I talk about a mask. Let's add a new layer because I don't want to mess up the photo. And let's use a nice opposite colour. So she's primarily tan and orange, so let's bring it over here to blue. Let's use blue and an ink pen. Let's use that one. So this is what I mean by a mask. Oh, that picture is very pixelated, but what you're going to do is draw the areas of the face. So you're not going to do like draw a face, put in the eye line, do this. That's not what we're going to do. That's not what I do. We're going to, oh, maybe that's a bit thick. I've got to have it bigger than normal because you need to be able to see what I'm doing. But so here is one area of the face. You can see it's basically a semicircle. And then in the middle, she's got another 2 semicircles. And then that goes flat. And this comes down here. So that kind of is a curve. So I'll put a curve in there. And then she's got an area here where it comes down. She's got a flat chin, but then it goes big and round. Her mouth is actually kind of a diamond shape. Her nose is kind of a little bird shape with a circle. And the line coming down is obviously just off centre. It's not coming down because she's 3/4 posed. And then her eyes This eye is kind of that shape with a flat bit, and this eye is much higher, more like a half moon. Then you've got like a, look at the square, and then from that square you've got kind of a big circle, and a big circle, almost looks like a big bow, and then under that you've got two bits like that. Okay, and that's what you draw. You don't draw, or I don't. You know, you could draw the whole face, and I used to do squares and things for faces, but now I do masks because it's more of a caricature. So now you just, so you've got the semicircle at the top, and then she's got a slightly off center two semicircles here, like that. You have to kind of gauge where it's going to be, and then that line is slightly off center, and then this comes down, and she's got a cheekbone there, and this comes straight, and then at the bottom of this, in line with the middle of that cheekbone, she's got the little bird. Oop, too high. See, straight away you can see that's too high, too far across. Let's do the bird. Let's start on that side of the bird. That's better. So that's the bird. There's the semicircle. That line comes straight down to there. Her face comes down straight on both sides. At the top she's got this square which is about that big. And this circular thing comes in line with her nose here, so it's got to go from there to there. And this needs to be about the same size. So this is about that bit big, and it needs to come to just below this line here. So let's do it about that big. That's going to be a big jumbly mess anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then her diamond for her mouth is actually slightly off-centered. I'm going to say about there. And then this is pretty much equidistant. So if we put a line in here for her chin, the same distance here, and then we can do the big fat round cheeks. And then we've got here, we've got the big semicircular eye, and on this side we've got the slightly squinty eye. She's like me, she's got one big eye, one little eye. This eye, I can't really tell with my glasses, but this eye is significantly squintier than this eye. This is what I call my Forrest Whitaker eye, because sometimes when I get really tired, it's kind of does that. The top of this eyelid goes twitchy and droops. Does it if I get a migraine as well. Of course, Forrest Whitaker is very well known for his drooping eyelid. Okay, so that's our basic face. Now we just tidy it up. So she's looking a bit too rectangular. So I'm going to round these bits off here, make it a bit more semicircular, and then these bits I'm going to kind of bring them in a little bit. Not too much because she does have big jowls, but more rounded. And then we've got her ears. It's nice and easy to put in there. And then she's got, if you look here, she's got, yes, her neck comes down like that. And then her, what's this? Décolletage, is that what it's called? This bit. But underneath that, she's got this big double chin. Big shadowy area, big double chin. So if we can get that big double chin right, that will help us get the shape of the other chin, the main part of her chin. So let's redo this. Let's bring this down and in a little bit, and down and in a little bit, and then straighten that bit off. Make it more straighter than curved. She's got quite a square jaw. And then this bit is rounded. That's her double chin. And then this bit comes down like this, and here, and this comes down around here, and like that, and like that. And we're getting quite a good likeness. doesn't have to be perfect. That's not what we're going for. We're not going for perfection. We can tweak it as we go. She's actually, I missed her cheekbone. She's got a bit of a cheekbone standing out there. Let's say about there. So that's about where her cheekbones are. Or cheek pads, not cheekbones. So it's got too round of a face to have cheekbones. Yeah, close enough. So now let's do this one. So same thing. Now this one is interesting because you only got half a face. So we've got the hair comes round and down. And then round and down. She's got a bird nose in the middle. And she's got kind of an area there and an area there. Her eyes are more rectangular. And then her mouth is a bit more kind of oval, almond shaped. So you see the difference. This is how you get the likenesses. You see the difference in the two. Let's hide this. See the differences in the two faces. She's got one big eye, one small eye, and they're very flat on the bottom and rounded at the top. Her mouth is very diamond shaped. She's got a button nose, right? Whereas this one, she's actually got, I didn't put the line of her nose in, but she's got a very straight nose, actually. She's got very rectangular, wide eyes, and she's got a very almond-shaped mouth. She's also got a very long face. So whereas this is wide and rounded and oval, this one is very pointy and diamond-shaped. In fact, that's not even where her face is. It's her face. She's got a gap between the side of her face and her hair. So her chin comes down there and goes across and up. So her face width-wise is much, much thinner than hers and much longer. And then her hair, she's got another bit of hair that comes up and around and then down here. She's got another bit that comes down here, and then her neck is actually very straight. Her collarbone is there. Is that the collarbone? I don't know, it's the bit in the middle of the collarbones. And then you've got these angles here, and there's her décolletage there. So completely different shapes. Let's do the other one while we're here. This is really interesting. Look at her face. Her face is almost round. So we've got round, 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 flat. She's got a much bigger bird on her bird nose. So she's got a bird with a button. Her bird is very thin and angular and straight, and her nose is very wide. Her lips are really funny because she's kind of got this grimace off centre, so she's kind of flat on the top and underneath. She's got really small, very round eyes with literally dots in the middle because she's doing this. Her eyebrow on one side goes right the way up to the edge of her face, and on this side it pretty much does the same. And then this hair, we can only see one ear, there's that. And this hair is kind of, it kind of is layered up like that. And then it's got this huge kind of swirly bit on the end. Okay. Can't see this ear. And then her neckline is actually much thinner than the other two. And it's more interesting shape. And you can't see her neck because she's got her head like this. So you can't see her neck. It's so foreshortened, it's hidden. So that is how you get your face shapes for a reasonable likeness. It's kind of like caricaturing, but without the caricature part. Because the caricature part would be emphasising the fact that she's got one eye bigger than the other. Which I may still do, actually. I kind of like doing that. So now let's do this girl. So her head is going to be a little bit longer, but not as wide. So straight away, if I put the chins at around the same height, I can tell that her head's going to go up to there, but it's not going to be quite as wide. So let's put her hair in, up and around. And then she's got hair coming down here. Her chin, flat but thin. And that comes up on that side there and there. That's a little bit too wide. So that means I've done the hair a little bit too out wide instead of making it straight. And then she's got, let's say about there, equidistant all the way round. And this side it goes really down skinny and then comes out. And here it comes, hang on, let me get this line where I want it. Down and out. And then this one is more kind of in the middle and then goes that way. Nose is actually not halfway between, it's a little bit further down, so that's about halfway on her face. So a little bit further down, and it's very thin and angular. And then it goes straight up and out. Her eye is in there. She's got another eye. This side is again rectangular, up and over for her eyebrow. And then an almond shaped mouth that is not that much wider than her nose. So let's say about there. And then she's got her neck. We got the gap there, remember? So we've got her neck coming down and across to that piece of hair, which needs to be straighter because it's not in the right place. I'm drawing at an angle. Shouldn't be drawing at an angle. So that's coming down there and across and back up. Is that about right? It's a little bit off centre, but it doesn't really matter. It's a caricature, it's not going to make that much difference. Yep, close enough. And then we'll do this one. So she's got a much smaller face. So her face, this is much smaller. In fact, that rounded part of her hair there is about where that face is. So if we take that, and then we take the face down a bit, so virtually round. And then she's got this bit of hair, oh, she's got one ear, this bit of hair coming around there, a bit of hair coming up here, bit of a top knot kind of thing, and then this big swoopy Halloween kind of scrolly thing. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's take that up a little bit there. Nose. Her nose is much further down on her face. So it's almost in line with this, the lips on this one, and it's much wider and shallower. Her mouth is off to one side. Her nose, her eyes are almost rounded. And then her eyebrows go all the way across there and all the way across there. There you go. It's close enough. And she's got her eyes in the middle. She's got her eyes kind of doing this weird kind of googly thing. And then her eyes are just kind of in the middle. Her rounded piece, gonna go about there. So it's not about, it's less about making it look exact and more about getting the shapes. I'm not concentrating on trying to draw a face, I'm concentrating on getting the shapes that I want. Cauldron, I think that's the last comment I read. Working on my finish the damn sketchbook, started to work on ink drawings. Excellent. Pammy finished a sketchbook from like 1989 or something. Yeah, I'm using a lot of ink at the moment. I like drawing in ink because you've got to be really committed to it. You've got to really just say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. But for faces, I like to get the faces in and draw the faces in pencil first, especially if I'm doing more than one face, because I want to make sure that they're all different. By the time we've added colour and the costumes, it'll be obvious that we're looking at the Sanderson sisters. I'm going to take this off because it's distracting. Hi, baby. Everyone else has left to go visiting. Yeah, eat your dinner. I'm hungry too, actually. It's 5 o'clock, no wonder I'm hungry. Yeah, you can definitely tell who it is, purely by comparison and purely by putting the costumes together. I mean, the hair alone gives it away, even if you didn't see the pictures. But then what I like to do once I've got the faces down is I just like to freehand it. So this is waterproof ink. I use the Rohrer and Klinger. This is the sketch ink in Lottie, which is the black one. I also like Thea, which is the graphite coloured one. But these inks are permanent, and they come in lots of different colours. I haven't used my dip pen in ages, so let's do dip pen. I should use my inkwell for my dip pen, but... Okay, so now that I've got the likeness... Actually, her eyebrows are almost the top of her eyes now I look at it. She doesn't really have separate eyebrows to her eyes. It's almost like her eyebrows are at the top of her eyes. Yeah. So I'm going to redraw that. So let's have her eyes coming up like this on one side. And more like this on the other. So a little bit shallower, more wide. And then we'll do her eyebrows along the top of her eyes like that. Much, much closer than I originally did them. Nose, shadow. Her hairline, now her hair is going to be curly. So instead of just drawing a straight hairline, I am so messy with ink, honestly. I'm going to have ink everywhere by the time I'm done with this. Let's put that there so I can put my ink pen down into it. Hi, baby. Hi. Oh, belly rubs for Maddie. Hi, baby. Belly rubs for Maddie. So, instead of drawing straight line, I'm going to draw... Come on, why don't I have ink on my pen? Curls. Curls. And then this isn't exactly a square, it's like a flat bit, so I'm going to go like that, and then I'm going to go like that. Get her ears in. Get that cheekbone in there. And then her mouth is kind of a, it is a diamond shape because she's got these huge teeth. But I don't want to draw the teeth themselves, I just want to draw kind of little things that indicate teeth. And then we've got her, again, I don't want to draw the whole shadow, I want to indicate that it's there. I can put that in with colour. And then let's refine her dress. So she's got a collar, comes down here like that, comes out and round and down. I'm literally just drawing individual shapes. And then she's got, that actually comes down to there. And this comes down and meets it in the same place. So now I can see that actually this line is a little bit low. So I'm going to do it a bit higher up. And then she's got this blue band and she's got crisscrosses, which I can do later. She's got these two little ornate thingies on her waist. And her dress comes out like that at the bottom. Let's look at the angle. Angle of the shoulders is about there and she's quite wide. So I'm going to draw her as being in front of the one on the left, like it is on the picture. So she's got this big thing on her shoulder. The good thing about this style of drawing is you don't have to have it proportional as long as it looks even on both sides. So as long as both her arms look the same size, it won't really matter whether she's actually even. I don't really know what's going on in the middle there. I think her arm is kind of like that. I can't really tell what's going on with this sleeve. So let's squint a bit. I think she's got some sort of drape over her arm, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to draw her sleeve like that. And then her hand is coming down. She's got something in her hand. Looks like it could be a scarf, or she's holding up her dress. She might be holding up her dress here. I can't really tell. So let's do that. Let's make that what it is. The back of her dress. So now what we have to do is make the shoulders even and make the arms even. So the shoulder line is at that sort of angle. So her edge of her shoulder here is going to be about there. So let's draw in that collar on that side. And then the angle of that shoulder is slightly higher, like that. And then that shoulder sleeve comes down. We've got her bust coming. She's got this kind of red thing hanging down. I don't really know what that is. And then her bust comes down here to whatever is in this hand. But again, you can't really see her hand because of what she's got in her hand, which is always good. So let's just turn this into some kind of shape. Like that. We've got her cuff and her bust line. And then her sleeve is coming down kind of puffed out on one side like that. That'll do. It's close enough. By the time we colour it in, it's going to look like a Sanderson sister. It's going to look like Winifred by the time we're done. Okay, I can't draw on this now because I can't put my hand down because that's going to take a while to dry. So I'm going to do this one. So I want to refine this one a little bit. I think her eyes need to be a little bit more narrow. Her eyebrow and her nose like that. Her eyebrow definitely up. And this eye a little bit more like that. There we go. Hair. Hair. There's that shadow line on her face coming down to her chin, which I just completely didn't draw properly. My pen got caught in a groove on the paper and it went off. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. So then her hair comes down, and her hair's not completely straight, so we don't have to draw it completely straight. We can draw it a bit frizzy. I'm going to bring that down a little bit. Her bust line is kind of hidden in her hair, so I'm going to do that, and then we'll put her hair over it. And she's got kind of a big flowery brooch type thing. We've got this line of hair coming down here, and then we've got this line of hair coming out a little bit more diagonal. Her shoulder is about there, coming out in line with her. Everything about her is angled that way, so I'm just gonna... Oh, her hands are interesting. She's got a much thinner waist, so let's emphasise that. Let's give her some crazy hair bits coming down like that. And her waist is going to be, I reckon, about there. Now this, I'm not going to make it as long as it actually is, because if I do that, it's going to go off the edge of the paper and then it's going to look weird. So I'm just going to kind of shorten it a bit so that we can get the top of her skirt in. And her skirt goes big out and round. She's got a hand there, so I'm not going to draw over that. And then she's got hair coming down here, covering that bit. Hair coming down here. Her shoulder, so again the shoulder needs to be even. You can see a little bit of that. Her arm is coming out about there and curving down. And she's got big ruffly sleeves. And then this hand, obviously, gosh darn it. Okay. With this character, I think the easiest thing to do is, when in doubt, cover it with hair. So I'm just going to give her really long hair strands. I really don't want to draw that hand. But it looks like I'm going to have to. So this is coming down here, and then her big frilly sleeve is here, like it is on the other one. Oh, actually, I think we're only going to see her thumb, so... She's got big man hands. Okay, that looks kind of weird, but we'll work with it. If we have to, we'll just hide her hands. And then her sleeve is actually quite thin coming down here. She's got skinny arms. Okay. And then this, again, you can only see a little bit of her hand. She's got a bit of lining in there. We'll cover that up. And her mouth is very much oval shaped, so I'm going to do more of a that kind of shape for her mouth. And her eyes look a little bit kind of softer than the other two. These two are very googly. She's a little bit softer. So I'm going to bring those down to the bottom to make her eyebrows a little bit bigger. Yep. Now all that is wet and I haven't drawn this one. All of this is wet now. I'm going to wait for it all to dry now. I love the effect you get from using dip pen. It's just so scrawly and scribbly and oh, it's very Ralph Steadman. Maybe I should get my hairdryer out. Trouble is the ink's pulled. Oh, I know. Hang on a minute. Hold on a minute. I literally just had this in my hand earlier. Oh no, that's my Keep Wet palette. That's not what I want. Oh, I got all excited then. I thought it was my blotting paper. It's not my blotting paper. Lisa's got a temperature. What's she doing? Finish the damn sketchbook, yeah. I've got so many sketchbooks on the go. It's hilarious. You got your dinner in. You're switching from A4 rings to A5TN. Didn't you just switch into A4 rings the other day? Love my TN-A5. Used it 4 years ago for a long time. Probably be a bit of an adjustment, but hopefully more focus. You've completely rethought yours, tried to bullet journal to no avail, so now you're omni-planning. Okay. Got another Hobonichi? You're going to try journaling? Whoa! No wonder everybody's saying, do you have a temperature, Lisa? Lisa's going to try journaling. I think you need a... I don't think you need a book that you specifically journal in. I think you just need a book that you can be creative in any way you want as long as it's not planning in. I think you need a book where you can just, not necessarily just journal, but, you know, sketch and do all sorts. Because you don't really know what you want to do yet, do you? So I think it would be an advantage to just have lots of different options. Cody! Hey! Nice to see you. Okay, I'm waiting for this to dry, and I need to pee, and I need coffee. So how about we take a break for 5? Let's take a break for 5. I'll be back in a sec. Don't go out, Madge. Come on, baby. Come on, then. Ow. Come on, then. Good girl. Good girl. Oh, there's somebody at the door. I know I heard it, Miss Maddie. I don't know why somebody turned the door bell, but get away, Boo. Good boy. Get back. I know, hi, get back. Get back, get back, get back. we're back. Woo! Maddie, come here. You've got sticky on your eye. Gross. Ew. Stickiness. You need an allergy tablet, my love. Get you one of them later. Yeah, good girl. Oh, here we go. I'm back. You practiced using your sewing machine on Bounty Kitchen Roll. Bounty Kitchen Roll. Why not on... I'm just checking what this is in case it's something interesting. I don't know what that is. Why don't you use fabric, Lisa? Let's see. Ooh! Ooh! There we go. Okay, let me put this over here and put the lid on that. Oh, I really need one of those big chunky inkwell holders. Like, not necessarily the glass ones, but just something I can put this into to hold it steady, because it's not, it falls over too easily. Let's put this over here so it can dry. I got my for Patreon for the autumn term, because it's like, we always do a winter project of some sort, something we can do when we're at home, because a lot of us are urban sketchers or like to be outside, and of course the weather's nasty, you want to be doing projects that are indoors. So this October onwards, we're going to be doing a little bit of beginners quilting over on Patreon. That's not all we do. We do witchy stuff, we do journaling, we do all sorts of things, but a little bit of beginners quilting as a ongoing winter project. Sorry, the side of my mouth is getting caught on my broken tooth. Worried I'm gonna cut it. When I don't think about it, it's not a problem, but when I do think about it, it instantly becomes a problem. So I picked up some more black and white fabric, because I got loads of black, heavy, but not much that had white. So I got some, this is all cotton, so it's all quite thin. It's not the same as the canvas material I had before. It's really, really thin cotton material for quilting. But I got the Beetlejuice stripes. I got these cute little skeletons. Aren't they awesome? And I got these off a seller on eBay. She's in Telford, so I got this, which has just got the most awesome Halloween kind of witchy print on. Loving that. I got some bats. You had no scrappy bits. Use an old tea towel. Use an old skirt, or an old shirt that doesn't fit you anymore, or an old cushion cover. What do you like? So bats, and then pirate skulls. And I've got, I think, a ½ metre of each. So I've got 5 that are predominantly white, or the majority is white, or it's at least half of it is white, or it's got a very bold print on it like this. And then everything else I've got is black with small white prints on it. So, and just like I've got dots, I've got pinstripes, I've got tiny little white flowers, I've got scrolls, I've got all sorts of stuff. So I'm not worried about making a pattern at all. What I'm going to do is more of a random type thing. I'm considering doing crazy collage. I think that would, crazy quilting, I think that would be fun. But for the sake of the beginners, we might have to start with something a little bit less crazy. Oh, because you just moved house, you got rid of it all. Well, that was silly. I've got a ton of material. Absolutely tons of it. Grab some quilting bits off eBay. Jelly rolls, look for jelly roll strips of fabric or quilting squares. And there's people sell like big wads of them, like 100 squares at a time for a couple of £. That's the easiest way to just pick up any kind of fabric. And a lot of people do like sets of colours. Like if you want to make a blue quilt, you just look for blues and they'll have a set of blues. So yeah, that's my extra quilting fabrics. You've seen my other quilting fabrics before. They're the really dark black ones, and I've got like, I picked them up, they were fat quarters of 5 different fabrics, and I picked them up for 50p each when they were on clearance at the range. So I pulled all of the black ones that they had, basically. All the black ones. Hot, 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 hot. I've also got lots of black lace, like loads of black lace. Again, if I buy black lace, I buy it in bulk. None of this 1 metre of rubbish. I buy a whole roll of it at a time. And I will overlay bits of lace and stuff on it as well, and do bits of black embroidery, and also I might introduce another colour like red or something, or gold or silver or something like that. I don't know yet. Make it as I go along generally, that's what I do. Okay, I think I can just about manage to... Oh, I know! Got this, haven't I? Let's just put that, because that's a serviette. So that will absorb any ink. That's still wet. Marvellous. That'll do. Okay. Yeah, I really do want a little square inkwell that's just got a flip top, because this unscrewing and screwing and almost knocking your table over and things is not good. Okay, so this one should be fairly easy. That's still a little bit wet. I think I'm going to put that down on it, actually. Let's put that on there. So I literally can't smudge it all over the place. There we go. Okay, so big round eyes with heavy lids. Weird crazy eyebrows that go off at a funny angle. Big wide nose, and she's actually got a, I didn't notice that before, but you can actually see the bulb on that side. And she's got kind of a little line. Lips, let's exaggerate that lip a little bit to make it look a little bit more off to one side. Again, I don't want her hairline to be completely straight. So she's got hair coming down here. So let's give her a bit of hair coming down here. And let's just make this kind of straggly. And she's got a big kind of scraggly bit here. It's kind of fuzzy. She's got a lot of fuzzy bits. So let's not make it too... And her hair is actually black, so we can actually colour that in as well. Let's use the back of the nib so it doesn't completely colour it totally. I'm just making it kind of Scribbling curly. Maddie, what are you chewing now? Something I love to do with scraggly hair is just have crazy bits coming out. This pen doesn't hold ink very well. Or I'm using a lot of ink. Maybe it's just flowing a lot. No, that's fun. Okay, so her shoulder is going to basically disappear behind this one, but she's got a bodice on. So let's put the bodice there. And then the shoulder is quite rounded. Her neckline is a bit lacy, actually, there. And a little bit lacy there. And she's got this kind of section here that's laced. She's got, her shoulder comes up and then it goes up and over it that way as well. So let's make that really rounded. There's her shoulder coming up on the sleeve. And then she's got this, again, this bodice thing coming down. And she's got a much more defined shape because she's wearing a corset. I'm going to have her hand come down here somewhere. And she's got a closed fist. And we'll make it look like fingers just by giving her rings. Because if you see rings, you automatically know there's fingers, right? That's how it works. I don't know what she's holding, but it looks kind of like a piece of material. I think they're all holding pieces of material. I'm not quite sure why. I can't remember this bit. Oh, it might be for the party where they're all wearing like shawl things. Could be for the party. Okay, she's got a big ruffle here, but I don't want to make it just exactly like the other one because the other one is very flat. So this one, I'm going to turn it into kind of a skirt ruffle type effect. Like that. So it comes down, but it looks like more like a skirt. And she's got these big rings on her skirt there. Another one there. You can actually see her laces, so let's draw those in. That's hidden behind that arm. Oh, her chin. Put her chin in, that would help. This big round chin. Let's put another little tuck in this sleeve as well to make it match. Okay, let's come back to Winnie. Her gown is very ornate. So I think we should do some bits on her gown. So she's got kind of half moony scroll things. With dots and stuff. And oh, I missed her Okay, I think her shape should come in here. That's where her skirt is. So I think she'd come in like that. So we're going to see a little bit of orange behind. So first sleeve comes down like that and across. And her hand is there. Yeah, that's basically just going to be orange sleeve from her behind. Hang on, this is her as well. Oh, it's so hard to see what she's got going on. I think her dress comes up and down actually, like that. I think she's got kind of a ruffle on the back. So that bit will be, let's make it like that. There we go. So it's kind of like a ruffle at the back. Doesn't really matter. It's just to fill that space. And then that bit will be orange and that bit will be part of her dress. Otherwise she looks unbalanced because this side of her waist comes in, but there's nothing here to give it definition. So I'm pretty sure they've got things wrapped. So they wrap over their arm and round their back, like a shawl type thing, but it's really hard to see because it's so dark and it's all very dark fabrics. But this has all got, she's got like little, it's just all kind of really swirly and dotty, and might even be better to do this in afterwards, but I haven't decided how I'm going to colour this. If I colour it in gouache, it's not going to be, you're not going to see it anyway, so let's do that as kind of a puff. And the same on that side. So this, I don't know what this thing is. Oh, is it her plait? It's her plait. She has a plait at the back of hair coming down, doesn't she? Gotcha. There we go. So we'll worry about how to turn it into a plait later. She does have kind of a crisscross design on her dress, but I don't think it's, I think it's actually more of a crisscross than a lace up. It seems to be just more of a pattern. This has all got bits of, it's just all kind of, there's no real pattern to it, it's just kind of embroidered. You can't really see what the embroidery is, so I'm just going to repeat kind of similar motifs and just kind of make it all look the same, like it belongs together. Let's put another one down here, kind of like a flowery type thing. Another squirrely one. And same on this side, so maybe a bit of a kind of a dotty thing up here. Bit of a sun kind of burst scroll thing, dots and like that. That'll do. So that is actually piped. So this needs a double edge down there, and so does this, because it's got piping along that edge. There we go. Dip pens really make you think about what you want to do and how you want to do it, but also they really make you very conscious of not being too fine with your lines, because you can't. Like, I just drew that down there and the whole ink bled, you know, it just blooped everywhere. So, you know, you can't be too fussy about, oh, but I don't want it to look like that. That's not how it works with dip pens. I'm going to ruffle this a little bit, make it look a little bit less straight line. She's not a very straight line kind of woman. And then that makes her collar stand out just that little bit more, because that's very stood up and rounded. So that emphasises how scraggly this looks. And then she's got more going on over here. I don't really know what's going on with this, so I'm just gonna, again, I'm just gonna use similar motifs again. And just put shapes. I don't really know what's going on, so. And of course we've got ruffle lines in the sleeves as well. And then this is just, I don't know, there's just lots of fabric down here. I'm just going to do all that blue, I think, because I don't really know what's going on there. Unless she's got her skirt bunched up. I don't really know what she's holding in her hand, so hard to tell. Okay, so her hair is going to be red rather than black, so I don't want to do it all, but she's got these kind of swoopy bits, like victory rolls almost, and I think I want to put those in because I want to show that it's kind of scrolled up like that, and then she's got quite a defined parting. And maybe we can give her a few flyaways here and there as well. It'd be better to do it with the red. And she's got kind of this twisty plait thing going down here. We'll worry about that later. And this one is just, she's just all hair. I mean, we're just going to put loads of, she's frizzy and she's lots of hair. It's just hair everywhere. Something odd about her shape here, but I can't really figure out what it is. I think it's because her waist is so tiny. And I think this is supposed to go up that way a bit. Yeah, that's it. So let's turn this into hair here. That's what it is. Her waist on this side was going down there and her waist on there was going up. So that's better. That works now. And let's have a bit of skirt coming out the back here as well. Maybe even down this side, because they do all have big puffy skirts on. Now, Winifred has these really big circle cheeks, and I'm tempted to just circle them in like huge circles because they're very prominent, but maybe I'll just do it in colour. I think maybe it'd be too prominent. Unless I do it really, really thin. Maybe if I do it like really thin like that. That's okay. I like that. You have a work area in your apartment. Woohoo! First ever working area with a task chair and room for your computer and room to draw and paint. Awesome! It's astrological symbols, is it? Oh, okay. I can't tell that on here at all. Always dry your dip pens. Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's going to take forever to dry now, before I can put any colour on it. So maybe I'm not going to put any colour on it today. It's a really good combination of colours though. Purple, orange, dark green, bright blue, orange and purple, and pale pink with chiffony bits. Like goldy bits on it. I like how their skirts are patchwork actually. Like they've been made out of lots of little bits of material. How am I going to get this to dry properly so that I can maybe I'll blot it. You've never had a dedicated area for your computer and doodling stuff. Oh my god. It's the first thing I set up is my computer and my art desk. Yeah, art desk. The order of setting things up is dog bed, art desk, computer, bed. Taking a whopping great chunk of nail varnish off there apparently. Okay, maybe I do fancy using watercolours today because these are all really bright colours and I have really bright colours in these Mozart paints, which I haven't really used that much to be honest. Although when you're testing new paper, it's not generally a good idea to use paints that you've never used before. It's better to use paints that you have used. But I have all these and they're really bright colours and they're really rich. And I'm thinking, see, look at all these really bright, rich colours. Isn't this Sanderson Sisters palette? So I'm thinking maybe I'll use these. They've even got metallics. Okay, where my brush gone? That'll do. Kettle and mugs, yes. Coffee making area, that's also important. But when you move house, the rule is that's the last thing you pack and the first thing you unpack. So basically that should already be in the kitchen and all you've got to do is take it out of the box and fill it with water. So alrighty. Hopefully this is dry enough to work on. The paper is not absorbing the ink very well, which makes me think, yeah, great for Halloween. Very vibrant, very bright, very interesting fall colours. They're jewel tones almost. Almost all of these are jewel tones, which is my jam. Okay. So, before we start watercolouring, I can't really erase because I don't think this ink is dry enough yet. But I'm just going to go over the bits where you can still see major pencil lines, like these bits here. Any pencil lines that I've redrawn that I need to get rid of, like I redid her neckline, so that needs to go. Because once you get the paper wet, you won't be able to erase the watercolour. Once you get the paper wet, you won't be able to erase the graphite. Actually, this is... might be able to get away with this now. If I use my kneaded eraser, I can blot it rather than rub it, and that should work better. So let's do that. It's only around the head area anyway. Well, the box with the kettle and your mugs and everything is what goes in the car with you, along with the pets and their beds. So presumably you walk straight out of the car into the new house, into the kitchen, with your box and your kettle. That's what I did anyway. You have more than enough watercolour palettes and don't need another one. This is really cheap though, it's only £20. That's why I got it, because I wanted something that I could just throw around all over the place instead of using my Daniel Smiths all the time. Okay, colour. I think I'm just going to go with wide washes, and then when they're dry, I'm going to do pencil. So I'm going to use grey for her, because it's not as stark as black, and you'll be able to see the ink lines. And I'm not going to be precise in any way about this. Orange. That is a really nice pumpkin orange, that is. Oof. Yeah, this paper's really water resistant. Which, funnily enough, I'm not used to. The papers I use normally are cartridge papers, so they absorb water quite well. I'm not used to them just sitting on the surface like this. And this also has some red in it, so I'm going to grab some of that crimson up here. I can't remember where where's my, here it is. I need my picture. I'm going to have to put that up there. So I'm sorry if you can't see it, but I need to be able to see the colours. Okay, this is kind of got red in it, and it's kind of tie-dye, so I'm just going to put some wet in there. Okay. She is pink and gold. I don't really have a pink that's light enough, but I do have this red metallic. It's kind of like a rose gold colour, and I think this will work actually. So let's put some of that down. Catch the edge of the centerpiece there. Now that's a little bit too orange, so let's put some of this metallic purple in it. Make it a little bit more pinky. Yes, I like. Well, that's pretty. It doesn't look pretty on screen, it looks god awful on screen, but the metallics, you won't be able to see till it dries, I don't think, but it'll look really pretty when it's dry, I promise. Okay, ultramarine blue, I think, is the colour for Winnie, for her skirt. So she's got this bit down her middle here. Oh yes, that's definitely Winnie's colour. Let's make it more vibrant, add some more paint to it. Yes, look at that colour. Oh, so pretty. And her skirt is that colour, so let's bring it all down there. And where's my picture gone? That's a coat, but all this is skirt because she's got it bunched up. And let's do this as skirt as well, as if her coat is pushed behind her. Oh, I love that colour. Okay, her hair is almost the same colour as her hair is almost the same colour as her top. So let's do the base a little bit more light coloured. Like that. And I'm going to do nice and wet around the edges. And I'm going to use my dip pen to put in some swirlies. Could do with some more down this side, I think. Oh, don't forget the plait, which is there. Nice and wet. You're not really going to see these once I've painted the green in, but you might see a few of them, so. Okay. That's looking a little bit pale there, that orange, so I think we'll put some more in here. On her sleeves. Okay, so her skirt is a very dark purple, and then she's got patches, but I can't really be bothered to do the patches. Her skirt is very dark purple, hers is more kind of pinky purple. So let's do hers violet, because that'll go nicely with that colour there. So this is the violet one. I missed a bit of her dress. There we go. So that's violet. And then hers is more of a pinky purple. So let's do hers this hyacinth violet, which is more of a cerise kind of colour. That'll go now. Oh, look at that colour. Oh, that goes well with that orange. Woof. Crikey, that is a colour and a half. Actually, I'm just going to paint over those and I'll put them back in with metallic pen afterwards, I think. Be easier. Wow, that's bright. I think I want some more red. These are very bright colours, but they dry quite, not chalky, but desaturated? Yeah, desaturated is the word I'm looking for. So I think 2 layers is optimum for these. So I want to make this a bit more red rather than orange. So let's take the red and then get the orange and drop the orange into the red instead of the other way around. I think that'll work better. Okay. Winnie's green coat. Now this is the one that the colour matters. I'm going to go with... Oh, I see. She's got splits in her sleeves like pleats. Oh, I get it now. Oh, it's too late to draw that in. I'm going to use... I want that green for the dark. I think I'm going to use this for the lighter bits. So around her dress here. Oh, look at those colours. They're so... I almost want to call them primary. That's how bright they are. They're very, very translucent, bright colours. It really is more like painting with ink than watercolour. Her piping is light. Her cuffs are light. And the underneath of her collar is light. Oh, and these bits are light that I put in. I'm trying to cover over that bit where I went over it with an orange with more green, just to make it kind of look like a shadow almost. I like it. You're getting your studio set up as well. It's amazing how I put out Halloween Chronicles and suddenly everybody starts getting their studios sorted out. Halloween Chronicles, doors open on Friday. You excited? We don't actually start, just to clarify, we don't actually start the class until the 1st. But the doors open on Friday. So you can start getting your books ready and show each other what you're doing, what books you're using, ask questions about what you're going to use and stuff like that. Okay, I want to let that dry, so let's do her hair. Now this one, it's a very pale and she's quite shimmery. So I think I'm going to use this lemony metallic colour. Because the other yellows are all a little bit too bright. Whereas this is very kind of soft and lemony. And that's more her colour. So the fact that it's metallic is neither here nor there. I can go over it with pencil if I really want to. And again, I'm not being precious about how I'm putting it on. Her hair's frizzy, so I'm just throwing it in there. But I think the metallic kind of contrasts quite nicely and gives her a kind of an ethereal, fairy kind of look, which is very much what she's got. Yeah. All right. I'm going to use this really dark, super dark, rich olive green, which is not quite right for Winnie's coat, but I think in the context of these colours, it's going to look good. Darn, I missed that bit of orange. To do that later. See, I think that looks good. I think that colour is really rich and dark. It's not quite the right colour. She's more of an emerald, this is more of an olive, but I think it works. And it's so dark that it just kind of covers over everything. So you can't really tell what's what and what's where, which is sort of what I'm going for, because you can't really tell what's what and what's where on her coat either. I'm seeing little bits of tiny pockets of resistance on the paper, and that could be because I used a kneaded eraser. I'll tell you what, you don't want to use cheap brushes with these watercolours, because when the water starts to evaporate, they go really sticky. And if you used a cheap brush, you'd just be pulling all the hairs out of your brush. Oh, yes, I love that orange next to that olive green. Look how good that looks. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, I think that looks just a little bit odd, so I'm going to do that bit there in green. Have it coming down here. Yes, that's better. That makes it look a little bit more cohesive. Oh, that olive green next to her hair is amazing. Came in to hit the like button. Yeah, we're painting Sanderson sisters, but like caricature style. More illustrative kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to do another layer on her hair in this bright orange to make it a little bit more vibrant, because let's face it, Winnie's hair is the star of the show. Well, Winnie's hair and Winnie's teeth are the star of the show, aren't they? But definitely needs to be more vibrant. And then while it's wet, I'm going to drop some of that dark orange in as well, so we can see where her rolls are. So she's got victory roll things coming round like that, just to emphasise where the shape of her hair is, like that. And she's got dark roots, so let's put those in as well. Sorry, I've put my water in the really the wrong place for you to be able to see what I'm doing, haven't I? I should have put it over here somewhere. There we go. That's better. Okay. Hey Debbie. Heather. I've just cut that bit of my mouth on my tooth. Okay, I'm going to do her bits in metallic as well, I think. Let's do another layer of this green, because it's drying a little bit lighter. Well, a lot lighter. So I'm going to put some more of that in there. Again, not being too... It's velvet, so it's not going to... It shows light in a different way to normal fabric, is what I'm trying to say. And I can come in and do this bit. Gosh, this paint, ink, it drinks water. And you're just constantly re-wetting it. good. Let's put some more down here, where the darkest bits will be anyway. Some more down here. It's so dark it's almost black, and that's what I want to try and achieve. Put some bits around where her ruffles are. Now I feel like I need to emphasise that light green a little bit more. I don't think it's quite vibrant enough. So I'm going to go in with some more paint. 2 layers seems to be optimal for these paints, which is great if you're illustrating. I mean, you know, 2 layers is good because you block it and then you go back in and you refine it. Whereas with normal watercolour, you just want to do 1 layer, really. So this is good for illustration where you can build up the colour. Make sure not to touch that to the wet bit there. Let's put that piping in there. Gone over that bit, too late. I might have to come back in with a pen and do some refining, or a pencil. I quite often do that pencil. Okay, that needs to be orange, that bit back there. I completely forgot that. But that's wet, so I don't want to go anywhere near that right now. I think her hair is okay. I don't think it needs a second layer, but I'm not happy with her top or her skirt. Her skirt's not dark enough, and her top isn't gold enough. This needs to be much darker. Oh, look at that colour though, it's so pretty. She says, knowing full well purple doesn't show up on camera. Oh, that actually does show up on camera. Both of these purples are showing on camera their actual colour. Oh, I wonder if that's because of my daylight lamp. I got a new daylight lamp. Proper daylight. It's fabulous. I think this top needs to be more... It needs to be a little darker, I think. So let's make it a little bit more rose gold in places. Let's make it rose gold down here. Don't want to go touching the purple because I don't want it to bleed. And then let's put the purple over the top to give it that really kind of light shimmery feel. That's much better. Yes. I think I could stand to go a little bit darker actually with her hair in places. Where it's still wet, I'm just going to drop a little bit of dark red in there as well, I think. Oh yes, that's better. Let's put some water in to kind of get it to bleed out as well. So essentially just re-wetting the bits where it's already orange, just to get it to bleed together a bit better. It's hair after all, so we don't want it to look too precise. Yes! Oh, her hair looks like it's on fire. I can't do this bit because this bit's still wet, so I'll do that afterwards. So, mental note, that bit needs to be orange and that bit needs to be orange. That actually works really well. Skin. Now the skin, I don't have a skin tone in the watercolours. I do have a cream in this though, so I think I'm going to use this but watered down like watercolour. And they're all three very pale because technically they're dead or undead or back from the dead. Either way, they're pale. So now this is gouache, so I don't want to go over my ink lines. So I'm going to paint around my ink lines because it'll make them go chalky. See, like that. It's okay for the hair, but I don't want it on the facial features. Ear, eye, that can bleed and be a bit of shadow. So I'm using the watercolour to bleed into this from her shirt to create a shadow. And let's use that across her neckline as well, under her chin, where she's got a big shadow under her chin. Yeah, that works. She's looking a little bit... Oh no, she's not actually. It's just the way I'm looking at it. It's the contrast, I think. I thought she was looking a bit Simpsons, but she's actually not looking Simpsons at all. I do think it could do with a tiny bit of pink in it though. Just the littlest amount of pink. Just to... take the yellow down a little bit. That's better. More of a peachy tone. Yes, that's better. So again, I'm just heavily watered down because, except for acrylic gouache is a whole different monster, but regular gouache is basically really opaque watercolour. So if you water it down enough, you can make it kind of semi-transparent. And again, I'm using the overspill from the dress and the hair to create shadows. I've also got a little bit of, I might use a little bit of purple under her chin to create the shadow, and down the side of her face there. I like that colour better, so I'm going to go back over here and do a little bit on her face, like in the middle, and on her cheeks, just to break that colour up. I think that's much better. And then Winnie, again, I'm going to use where her hair is to create shadow. She does have a big patch of shadow under her chin there, which I'll deal with in a second. I'm going to be careful here because I don't want the green to bleed. Okay. Okay, a clean brush, and while that hair is still wet, I'm going to pick up some of this orange and use that for the shadow colour. Her ear on this side is in shadow. Oops, got the green in it. That's what I didn't want to happen. I'm just going to go back over this little bit here so we get rid of the shadow on her chin. By using colours that are part of the colour scheme that you've got, you're kind of adding how can I put it? It's another way of using that thing where you put the same colour 3 times. So by using her dress colour up here on her face shadows, makes her shadows softer than this one. And then this one's shadows are darker, but they complement their dresses. So it's a way of using... Is reading week this week or next week? Next week. Class tomorrow. Class on Saturday. Reading week next week. But Halloween Chronicles opens on Friday and starts on the 1st. Okay, so now we just need their face, and I'm going to give them all bright red lips, except Winnie. Winnie hasn't got bright red lips, she's got bright red cheeks. But I need a thin brush for that. Tiny brush. Tiny brush. Okay. So let's give... She's more of a pink and she's more of a bright red. So let's give her... Let's give her cerise lips from here. It's more of a pinky colour. Let's give her the bright red that goes with her dress. And then Winnie is more of a subdued colour. So I'm going to use this metallic, hair everywhere. I'm going to use this metallic red, which is the same as her dress, but more concentrated. So it'll be darker. You can't really see it, but it's definitely there. Let's block that up. Got lipstick on her teeth. Well, they're big enough. Actually, I like the way that looks. I'm going to do that again over here. And then wipe it off. Can't do it on that one, it's still wet. It's just knocking the teeth back a little bit so they're not bright white. I haven't drawn the teeth in. You never draw teeth in. I've drawn the gap between her teeth because her teeth are very prominent, and that's part of her look. So I need to put orange in here. I haven't done that yet. That needs to be orange. I think what I want to do is pull out some of that green first though, because I went over with the green a little bit too much. So let's pull some of that out. Let that dry. Oh, I missed a bit of her purple. And I didn't do the hands. Okay, let's get this bright orange in there. And that stands out a little bit too much, so I'm going to drop a tiny bit of red into the middle of it. See how that just knocks it back a bit. That's too much now. There, that's better. I think this bit's dry as well, so I can go in and do this plait. So this is actually, because it's plaited, it looks darker than the rest of her hair anyway. So I've already done the light orange. I'm just going to go in with the deep orange over the top. And then just go in with the red and just essentially just kind of make the plait down the middle by dotting darker bits. And then going in with a damp brush, just going back over it so that it kind of blends those bits into each other. So it's not really got any straight lines or anything in it. Oh, I like that. It's very orange heavy. But it is orange heavy. In fact, her skirt is orange as well at the front. She's got like an apron that's orange. But I left that off. I think I'm going to put that down there just to make it, because she's very wide. She's a very wide lady, so I just think it looks odd having her hips so thin on that side when she's got such a big dress on. Let's throw some more of this kind of hyacinth colour in here because she's got a very tie-dye look to her. So, and let's do the same with the red. Just kind of creating a linear pattern almost, like tie-dye. Damp brush, soften edges. This blue needs just a little more punch, so I'm just giving it a second layer. There's something about these paints that the first layer is okay, the second layer is like, wow, in your face. I do wonder whether that's the paper, whether that's because the paper not. Okay. Back to here, I'm going to put a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of brown into the cream that we were using, because your hands are always darker than your face. Or nearly always. Not always, but mostly. Most people's hands are darker than their faces, so let's do it that way. I'm just going to paint over that. Can't be bothered, too small a piece. I can go in with pen and do her rings. Be careful here because this blue's still wet. Don't want it to bleed. I don't really know what's going on with her hands. She's got hands like a man. I'm just going to make them roughly look like that. And I'm going to come back in here and lift a bit of this colour here as well, because her sleeves are actually white. So let's lift a bit of that colour off. And then come back in with the titanium white, which is super bright opaque white. Paint her sleeves in. Now obviously that's going to pick up some of the colour underneath, but it doesn't really matter. It just looks like there's more white there now. I've also done the same with her rosette. I've completely failed to paint that blue. So let's clean that up a bit. Let's use that blue. And then it'll be kind of opaque. And I can go over it with pencil if I want to. Just gives it a little bit of a different look, because everything else about her is shimmery. So this is matte. So this will look a bit different. Okay. Here's a metal with green bits. Let's use this nice dark green, jadey looking colour. For the stones. I like that. These jelly gouache are re-wetting really nicely. So I'm pretty impressed with those. In fact, I think I like them now they're dried out a little bit better than I do when they're wet, because they're easy to reconstitute. Maybe we could use a bit of that on her coat as well, just for these. Oh, that might be a bit too bright now, but never mind. No, that's all right. I like that. Yeah, it gives it a pattern. I like that. She didn't tan because of the COVID situation. I kind of feel like I want a background. I'm just going to blend this out a bit because it's looking messy. Because it's got hard lines, it looks messy. So you can paint outside the lines as long as you tidy up afterwards a bit and get rid of any hard lines. It doesn't really matter if you paint outside the lines. See? Just soften the edges a bit and it looks fine. Whoops. Not bad, it needs a little bit of something something. Ooh. Winnie's trademark rouge. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so do we still need water? I don't think I need water anymore, so I'm going to put the lid on this before I knock it over. Because that could be a situation that happens. Make sure the lid's on this as well. I think I can work on the rest of it with like either paint, pencils or markers. I like these paints. These Mozart paints, these are really nice. Like I say, you need 2 layers, unless you like the light colours. If you're like me and you like watercolours to look bright and vivid, 2 layers of these is really good, and the metallics are gorgeous. They're only £20 for the whole set. These are metallics, these are pearls, and these are neons. And then you've got your black and white and all your shades, but these are the actual colours. Look at those metallics on the bottom. Aren't they amazing? Look how shiny that white pearlescent is. Oh, really good. So yeah, if you want a cheap set of really vivid colours, highly recommend these. I shall use them a lot for stuff like this because I like really vivid colours. One of my issues with watercolours is that they're never bright enough. They always dry too translucent, and I like shocking vivid colour. Okay, I'm going to grab... Let's grab... Okay. She's got silver bits and she's got gold bits. So let's get some silver gel pen and some gold gel pen. Oh, that's yellow glittery pen. That will be better for... That'll be better for her. Yeah, let's use the yellow glittery pen. So she's got her stays come up like this. And then down this side here. And she's kind of got glittery bits all over her dress here. So let's do some random splodgies. Kind of goes up the side of her dress like that. And she's got little bits on her sleeves there as well. Need to add a bit on that sleeve. I'm going to use a ballpoint pen for that because I don't want to mess up my nib. I think this should have been pink, like that one, but I didn't do that, so I'm going to just add a ruffle here so that it matches that side. I like these sparkly bits. Let's do some sparkly bits on the top of her shoulder as well. Kind of like that. That's pretty. Okay, I've also got a blue metallic, and I think that's blue metallic. Oh, that's blue glittery, even better. Let's do the blue glittery on her rose. Make that stand out, because she is very ethereal and fairy-like, so I think glitter is okay for her. See, she's very glittery and fairy-like now. Winnie has her silver clasps on her dress, coat, whatever it's called. That are very large and ornate. There we go. Oh, and she's got really big silver rings on, so we could put those in. Like that. Now, she's not wearing a necklace. She's got a gold necklace on, so let's use the gold. Let's use this to give her a gold necklace. And then for Winnie, Winnie's got a big red necklace on, so I've got red glitter here. Gotta love a red glitter gel pen, right? Here we go. So her red, she's got a red pendant there, which has got a slightly bigger thing. And it kind of goes up and around on this side. Little beads. And the little beads around this side. Again, I'm not being too careful with how I'm drawing it. And then it's kind of got a circle with wings, but I don't want it to stand out too much, so I'm just going to draw it in with pencil, like that. Oh, actually, I've got a gold pencil. I could use that. That would be better. Let's go over that with gold pencil. That's better. And let's go over this, the side of this. Give it a little bit of shadow with the gold pencil as well. That's better. I like. She's got bits of gold embroidery on her dress, but I think that gold is going to be too much. So, because this is velvet, I think what I'll do is I'll go over some of these with the pencil. Just like maybe the scrolly bits. Just give it a little bit of texture. Not trying to be too precise again, I'm just adding bits. See, that just makes her coat look more luxurious. And then this one, she needs more shadow. So this one I'm going to use a red for. Let's use a nice... No, that's purple. Nice. No, that's orange. Let's try again. A nice... Oh. Got a nice carmine red in here. That'll work. Okay. So let's just give her a little bit of shadow around her arms. Where her bust line is. And that's darker. Like that. That actually comes quite dark under there. Bit of texture there. I've gone a bit overboard there. Don't want it quite that heavy. There we go. That's better. Let's use that on her cheeks, make her rouge look a little bit rougher. Let's use this dark shell-like colour just to add in those shadows. Make sure they're easy to see. Oh, I forgot the shadow under her nose and down the side of her nose as well. And down the side of her nose. She's got much fuller lips, so I'm going to give her a shadow under there as well. And that's that strong shadow down the side of her face. And she's actually wearing eyeshadow as well, so let's give her some purple eyeshadow. I think she's got very big lashes, so let's make her lashes fuzzier. Oh, that's blue, that's not black. Oh, well, let's do them both blue and then go over it with black, otherwise it'll look weird. Black. Got very big spidery lashes, this one. She's got dark lashes, but they're not spidery. So let's soften that bit up a bit. And she's just got really wacky eyebrows that come right down to the top of her eyes. I think she might be wearing an earring. She's wearing silver rings, so let's give her a silver hoop earring here. And she's also got silver hoops on her skirt, hasn't she? So that fits. Yeah. So now what am I going to do about the background? I feel like the background needs to be dark. Oh. Comparable to the Gansai Tambi. I don't know, I've never used the Gansai Tambi, so I can't tell you. You like a lot of colour too. Yeah. All I can tell you is that those are a third of the price of the Gansai Tambi, and I'm perfectly happy with them. So unless the Gansai Tambi are absolutely freaking stellar, or are light fast, and that's what you want. Oh wow, the colours outside are amazing at the moment. Where's my phone? Oh. Looking for my phone, I've got a camera right in front of me. Oh, get your hand away from the camera. Okay, where is the camera? And why am I not? Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. It's nowhere near as bright as it is on camera, but it's close enough. Kathy Najimi's funny, yeah, that's her, isn't it? By process of elimination, because that's Bette Midler, and that's Sarah Jessica Parker, so I'm assuming that that's Kathy Najimy. Do you happen to know if they're light fast? Not a clue. I don't really worry about light fast, because I nearly always work in a sketchbook. The only things I do that don't live in a sketchbook, I generally use either acrylics or oils, so. But watercolour is not generally light fast anyway. And certain pigments, even if they are light fast, in theory, the pigments are fugitive. You won't get a carmine red that isn't fugitive. Even oil paint carmine red is fugitive. It changes colour over time. So I don't really worry about light fast because most people know better than to just shove their paintings in sunlight. And these days you can buy frames for paintings and stuff that have a UV filter on them, so it doesn't even matter really. I don't worry about it. Plus, one of my favourite supplies to use is Copics at the moment, and they're not light fast at all. So it's like light fastness for anything less than fine art, in my opinion, is kind of pointless to worry about. It's like people in scrapbooking using acid-free everything. You can buy as much acid-free paper as you like, unless you're handling it with white gloves in a sterile environment. It's not going to stay that way. So, you know, most sketchbook paper is archival anyway. I look at it as keeping people like Julian Baumgartner in a job. Well, not him specifically, because he's a fine art restorer. But, you know, if anybody wants to restore my notebooks in the future, they're welcome to. It's keeping a historian in. That needs a dark background. This needs a dark background. And I can't even be bothered to get my ink out, so I'm just gonna colour it with pencil. It's Halloween. It needs a dark background, right? In fact, let's do it like this, with the side of the pencil, so that it gives us kind of the texture of the paper. Because then it won't be solid black, it'll just be kind of dark. And it won't compete with the ink work then. Plus, if you use the side of the pencil, you're not getting the lines that you get normally with a pencil. So let's put black over it first. Whoops, went over her hair. Never mind. One of my favourite Poe puns at the moment. It's the passive-aggressive raven. Never mind. Okay, so that means we can now get rid of these patchy bits here and here, which will look a bit better. There we go, that I like. Now I'm going to use indigo blue, because nighttime, right? Nighttime is not black, nighttime is indigo. This is the Prismacolor indigo blue, which is a very cool blue. So that'll make it look more like nighttime rather than just a black background. That's better because she stands out better now. She was getting a bit lost on the edge there, but with the extra black on one end, she's gonna be pulled back into the picture. It's almost like framing it. Better. Now that Prismacolor Indigo has a very unusual property. I'm going to use controlled water for this. That's empty. That's empty. Oh no, that's full. That's got water in it. Okay. Prismacolor Indigo is not entirely waterproof. So it's not as harsh as an actual watercolour pencil. It's not dissolving the pencil, it's just kind of moving the pigment about, if you like. So it still looks like a pencil background, but it gets rid of the white bits. There's only a couple of Prismacolor pencils that this works with, and the indigo blue, or the dark indigo blue, is one of them. I think one of the reds does it as well, and I can never remember which one. I think it's Tuscan, because it comes out a kind of dry blood colour. I found this about purely by accident because I used to love sketching in this dark blue colour, and then one day I used watercolour over it and it all went blue, and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know it did that. Like I say, it's not a watercolour pencil, it's a regular Prismacolor pencil. But the colour is very easily manipulated. You can smudge it out as well quite easily. But it's handy for getting rid of white. Like that. I think I've done as much as I can with that. Except for, I'm going to do one more thing, which is just to erase the pencil lines in her eyes. Because it's drawing my attention, and I don't like that fact. In fact, I might go over the eyes with white pen, purely because I managed to get some watercolour in. All of their eyes. And then I think I'll do the blacks of their eyes. I'm just going to add a tiny little bit. I'm using my super tiny fine liner just to make their eyes totally opaque, because again I've gone over it in a couple of places with a bit of gouache, so I just want to tighten up those lines again. Go a little bit more on her eyelashes as well, make them a little bit darker at the top. There we go, that's better. I need to do her eyebrows again. I need a thicker pen for that. Again, because I went over it with the gouache. Her nose doesn't need to be massively defined, but I'm going to go over it in pencil. Same with her nose. She's actually got a bulbous nose, so I'm going to put a little highlight on the end of her nose. Oh, her laces are kind of a silvery colour, light colour. Let's do them in white, and then they'll pick up the blue as it dries, and then they'll turn kind of a pale blue. That'll be cool. Alright, I think I'm done with that. Oh, actually no. That hair is not standing out enough. Now I've done that background dark, that hair is nowhere near dark enough, so let's turn it around this way so it's... I'm just using my thick fine liner. That's better. Now her hair stands out from the background. Sometimes you have to change things. If you make a late choice, like doing a dark background when you weren't going to do a dark background, sometimes you have to make adjustments to that. And that's one of those adjustments, making her hair darker. It was perfectly fine on the white background, but on a dark background it really doesn't work. I'm going to keep that out actually, and I've got another one there. I'm going to play with those later, I think. I'm going to do some more dip pen work. Might even get my big journal out and do some dip pen work. I think that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think they look alright. Where's my phone? Take a photo of it while I've got the... Oh, well, I've got the light on it. Sorry, I'm trying to get it so I can get the light on the page without getting a shadow of my camera. There we go. Let's put the dip pens in. Winnie's face is so funny. Oh. So let me see if I can focus it so you can see it up close. Oops. Advanced. Okay, so there we go. I'm really happy with that. It's come out well. There's oddments about it, but that's okay because it's just a rough pen sketch. I'm loving my daylight bulb. It's made so much difference. I'm sat here under the brightest setting and I don't even have I'm not even getting a headache or eye strain or anything, but the new glasses are helping as well, so. Yeah, I like these. It's definitely obvious who they are. But because it's obvious who they are because of their costumes, you don't have to make it look like them. Although I think I did well with this one. I think anybody would recognise that face as Bette Midler as Winnie. Because she's so iconic, even without the hair. That's an obvious one, I think. I think this one actually does look like Sarah Jessica Parker a little bit, because it's got that funny elongated... She's got kind of a horse face, like it very elongated with a big chin. She just looks generic. She's not really very... She's got a big round face and lots of hair, which, you know, I'm got a big round face and lots of hair. You know, we're not alone there. Whereas these two have very... I mean, Bette Midler almost has a caricature of her own face, let's face it. But I think that's quite a good likeness. Yeah, but they're easily recognisable because of the costumes, not because of who they look like. If that makes sense. Like, if you covered this up, and all you could see was that bit, I think most people would say, eventually, Sarah Jessica Parker or someone like that, maybe. Well, I'm not even going to say maybe Nicole Kidman. No, I think it looks like Sarah Jessica Parker. I think this one, with the hair, obviously it's Winifred. I mean, you can't, even if you only had a little bit of the hair, I think you would look at the teeth, look at the eyes and go, oh yeah, that's Winifred Sanders. Without the hair, it doesn't look like Bette Midler. But it does still look like Winifred. It still looks like the character. I think you could just see that bit of it and say, oh, is that Winifred from Hocus Pocus? But it doesn't look like Bette Midler. And this one, I mean, this could be anybody. This could be me. If I put this on and said, oh, it's a self-portrait, you know, without that bit of hair at the top, I could pass that off as a self-portrait and nobody would know any different. Because it doesn't really look like anybody. It's the hair on this one that's iconic. Even her dress. I mean, her dress isn't noticeable. It's not like Winnie's costume. You'd recognise that blue and green anywhere. Her dress is just kind of neither here nor there. It's just tie-dye and orange. Kind of hippie. Yes, her mouth makes her recognisable as a character. Yeah. And her very big eyes. She always looks shocked. When they say when you draw eyes, you should never draw them with, like, round eyes with the pupils in the middle. Her eyes literally do look like that. Even normally, her eyes look like that. She just has a constant surprised look on her face. So she is quite recognisable from that. But even so, I think the way I've drawn it there, I don't think without the others you would necessarily recognise her. I could say, oh, it's a gypsy woman. And you go, yeah, okay. Whereas this one, I could say, oh, it's a gypsy woman. You'd go, no, it's Winnie. It's obvious, it's Winnie. This one, I think that looks like Sarah Jessica Parker. I do. You may disagree, but I think it looks like her. But she's got very strong features, you see. People with very slim faces, very long, strong features. She's got a very, I don't want to say manly, but she's got a very strong featured face. She's got a strong jawline. She's got a strong, long, thin nose. She's got very hard lips. Whereas these two are they've got a bit more weight in their faces. Therefore, they look softer. Even thinner women don't generally have this very harsh outline to them, and Sarah Jessica Parker does. She has that very recognisable jawline. And Jennifer Aniston as well. If you just drew Jennifer Aniston's face, you'd recognise her anywhere. Just because she has that very defined, strong jawline and features. There's not that many women that you can draw like that and you couldn't pass them off for somebody else. Whereas her, I don't think you can. Angelina Jolie, if you get the right face and lips, you couldn't mistake her for anybody else either. Whereas you could draw like Winona Ryder And it could look like anybody, because she doesn't have anything specific on her face that stands out. Anyway, this is edging towards what we're doing in Halloween Chronicles, by the way. This kind of very overly caricatured shapes of faces and stuff. Except even more so, because, you know, we could draw Winnie. I'll give you an example. Let's use the back of this page. We could draw Winnie. We could go, okay, we're going to give her 2 big eyes. She's got big heavy eyelashes or eyebrows. So and she's got cross eyes. So let's make them really cross-eyed. Maybe even down here a bit. She's got a little turned up button nose. Big teeth. She's got curly hairline and a big chin. Oh, nope, she's starting to look like SpongeBob now. Maybe not that quite that big. You know, you could draw it any shape you want. And then you draw these massive orange space buttons, right? Maybe with a little orange plaque coming out the back. And you give her a collar. And maybe emphasize the hourglass shape. And by the time you've coloured that blue and green and done the orange hair, anybody would know that that was Winifred Sanders. So it's about characterisation while attempting to get a bit of a likeness. So it's kind of in between these two, I think. Let's colour that one. Why not? Let's have a bit of fun with it. I don't know where I've put my... I don't know where I've put everything now. I think I've put everything away. Where's my water? See if the back of this paper works as well as the front. I know it's completely dark outside. It's ridiculous. Big fluffy brush. There we go. Let's just do a little bit of change here. Let's give her hands like that. Her buttons, and do her dress coming out like that, so we can do the green, the blue and the green, right? Oops! Oh God, I'm getting caught up in everything. Where's my... Needed a razor. Where are you? Oh, I found my white scissors I was looking for. I'll put those back where they're supposed to be, and then I'll know where they are next time. Where's my needed a razor? Needed a razor. I can see this pot of water going all over the place any minute. Can't find my needed a razor, so I'll just have to use this one for now. Okay. Let's turn this into Winnie, shall we? Orange hair. That's maybe a little bit too orange. Well, actually, no, it's not too orange because it'll dry lighter. something I always do with these caricature type things is exaggerate. So like, she doesn't just have space buns, she has enormous space buns that she couldn't possibly have in real life. I don't know why these have come out. What's going on there? Get back in there. Okay, the blue dress. Let's have this blue for the blue dress. Okay, at this point it could be Winifred Sanders or it could be Queen Elizabeth I. Could go either way at this point. Because she had crazy hair like that too, didn't she? This isn't quite the right green, it's a bit too blue. But it'll do for now. For the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to make her whole dress blue. I know it doesn't actually look like that, but I'm just going to make it blue. It's easier. Okay. Even just like that, we've already got Winifred Sanders. The colours alone, without the face, make it look like Winnie. Makes you want hot chocolate and a lit fire, but it's not cold enough. Yeah, I know. I've got my pumpkin spice lattes going. I bought some pumpkin spice latte syrup on Amazon while it's available. Okay, so the next step with this, I'm just going to grab a ballpoint pen. This paper is quite absorbent, so I'm going to use a fine line ballpoint pen, which I don't normally draw with. I normally write with this. I've got cinnamon incense going. So, big eyes. Big eyebrows. Weird button nose. Let's draw her top lip in and then have her teeth coming out like this, so it's funnier. Big chin. You can give her a necklace. You can do her buttons on her jacket. Sketching her hands. Marking where her sleeves will go, or where they overlap her dress. Refine this here a little bit. Maybe give her hair a little bit of a shadow, maybe even do kind of crisscrosses in it, make it look like it's a plait. Give it a ribbon on the end, maybe. Maybe put her hairline in. There you go, Winifred Sanders. Doesn't look anything like Bette Midler, but it looks like Winifred Sanders. And that's what matters. I'm going to use that red, actually, to do... Oh, I keep pulling that out instead of my pencils. Let's give her red lips in this one, to make them stand out a little bit, and red on her jewels. There you go. So, you people who can't draw, tell me you can't do that. Go on, I dare you, tell me you can't do that. And that took me, what, 5 minutes? Now, admittedly, I've been doing this for longer, so it might take you 10 minutes. This is kind of the style we're going for in class, yeah. We're going to be doing Edgar Allan Poe. I want to do a lot more of this kind of style because I love this kind of style. It's very... I think it's... Do you remember I said before I wanted to practice this kind of sketching style, this black pen sketching style, but I felt like it was too much like what other people do. I wanted to get more of me into it. Well, I think this is how I get more of me into it. It's a little bit reminiscent of the Quentin Blake, Ralph Steadman kind of look. I mean, if you said this was a Roald Dahl illustration, I think people would take that. It does have that element of Quentin Blake to it. It does have that element of Chris Mould. It does have elements of Ralph Steadman and that, but it's different. It's me. And it's quick. And you all know I don't have any patience. No patience whatsoever. You can do it. Oh, Pamela! Do you like cats? I was going to get Katie to email you. I'm going on Wednesday we're doing a second semi-lockdown here in the UK. Well, we might be, but we might not be, but we could be, but we don't really know. So I've got to go to the dentist on Wednesday morning at like the crack of dawn. So I was going to take your thing with me and pop it in the post. But I've got quite a few like cat stickers and stuff that I thought maybe you'd like witchy kind of cat stickers and stuff that I had cats, but since I don't have cats anymore, I don't really use cat stickers. And there's not enough of them to send them to someone else. So since I'm sending you stickers anyway, I thought I might send them to you. You do like cats, okay. Because I've got the other one of, like this one, the dog, I put on my book because obviously, you know, gimme treats and it's a dog, it's Maddie, as far as I'm concerned. It's a black dog that wants treats and is wearing a pumpkin hat, that's Maddie. And I've got a cat that's the same that says Spooky Halloween, but I don't really use cats. So I thought since I'm sending them anyway, I'd ask if you can use cats, because if you can, then I've got a few bits and pieces I can chuck in for you. You can use them. Excellent. I will add the cat bits. It's not much. I mean, it's basically a few stickers and a few rub-ons, but you know that set of stickers that had the red-headed witches and the black skin witches, that's got 3 black cats on it that I'm not going to use. I mean, I could use them, but I would rather give them to someone who has cats and will use them. Does that make sense? I'll chuck them in anyway. I got a little package for you, and I'll send it next Wednesday when I go. I don't want to go out unless I absolutely have to, you see. So, and if it's a slightly bigger package, then I'll need to get it weighed. So I'll drop that by the post office. I've got to walk past the post office on the way back from the dentist. So, right, I've got to stop talking now because this is literally cutting the side of my mouth. I've cracked a tooth, for those who missed the beginning of the show. Like, literally cracked. Like, your tooth is supposed to be that shape, and mine is kind of that shape. And this bit is cutting my lip every time I speak. So, I'm going to have a nice big ulcer there if I don't stop talking. I suppose that's one way of getting me to shut up, isn't it? But yeah, I thought this would be a fun way to play with stuff, and I'm liking this. I love this paper. I gotta say, I love this paper. I'm starting to wonder if I should use this paper for my Poe class now. I want to use my big book, but I like this paper. Hecking thump. Ugh. It is painful because the edge of my tooth is quite sharp. Once it wears, in a couple of days when it wears down a bit, it won't be a problem, but it literally just broke off last night, and look, that's because I'm gross and I kept the bit of tooth. That's the size of the bit of tooth that came off it. So you can imagine how sharp that is on the side of my mouth. Put some sugar-free gum on it. Oh, that's a good idea. See, my brain went to washi tape. But literally, I was like, I wonder if I could put washi tape on it. Oh, sugar-free gum. That's a really good idea. I've got some as well. Could just use a little bit just to fill the tooth so it's not sharp, and just keep taking it out and changing it. That's a brilliant idea. Thank you, Nika. Can you brief me the name of the sketchbook? It's the Handbook. It's the Handbook journal. Don't buy them on Amazon. Buy them on Jackson's Art. They're half the price, and if you haven't used Jackson's Art before, if you use my link down below in the description, you get 10% off your first order. So, you know, with the money you save from not spending twice as much on Amazon, you could treat yourself to a nice water brush or something. Or some ink or something, I don't know. What book is it? Yeah, it's that one. Shall I leave that there and then you can... It's just the watercolour one. It's the 5x11. 5x8, sorry. Large Landscape, it's called. Watercolour Large Landscape. There's several others. There's one that's like this size, which is really interesting. And then there's a big portrait one that's 10 by 8. Oh, they do a 10 by 8 one. That's the size of that one. Maybe I'll get a 10 by 8 in the watercolour paper. I shouldn't, but I could. I wonder how much they are. Because that would be the clincher. I'd be like, I'm not spending that much on Sketchbook. Let's see, Jackson's. Maddie, stop chewing, please. Wait till my mum's finished. Handbook. Journal. Do they have the grand size? There's the 5 by 11. 5 by 8. Have they got any of the others? No, they don't have the bigger one. Oh, well, that's answered that question. They don't have the big one. They've only got the 5 by 8 in the Large Landscape, which is this one. So. You can hear me still. Oh, when I put it on break, when I do that, yeah, I know you can still hear me. But I only talk to the dogs. It's not like I'm going to suddenly start running around the room screaming obscenities or something. Well, I might if I stub my toe, but... Roller coasters. Fairy tale... Oh, Efteling. Okay, the Efteling. Okay. Baby Eck cheese wax would work. Oh, Baby Bell cheese wax. Oh, that's some Baby Bells. I never thought of that. It's a method for people with braces if they have no wax. Oh, what a good idea. I've only got to get through to next week. So it's not, you know. I only have to talk for 2 hours tomorrow, 2 hours on Saturday. And that's it. The rest of the time I'm editing ready for the Poe class. So I've only got to get through to next Wednesday. I've just got to remember not to chew on that side because it doesn't actually hurt. That's the problem. But if I chew on that side, it's going to hurt if I break any more of the tooth off. Jack just came home, looked at the sketch and said hocus pocus. Well, I should hope so. I mean, I want to do the other two in this style now. In fact, I just want to play with this style all night now. Maybe I won't do any editing tonight. Maybe I'll just sit and play. Because there's loads of characters you could do like this. And it would just be so much fun. I've got to do my 6... I've still got to do my 6 fan arts. Who did I have? Garcia from Criminal Minds. Madam Satan. I've got them all written down somewhere. In my previous bullet journal. I've got them all written down, but I can't remember who they were. Madam Satan. There were 2 boys in there, weren't there? You want to draw men? Well, we're drawing Edgar Allan Poe, so, and all his family and kith and kin. So that should keep you going for a while. But very much in this kind of style. I'm trying to think who my 6... Who were my 6? Because I did Scar, didn't I? As because I didn't want Scar to be one of them. I did Scar separate. Madam Satan, Garcia from Criminal Minds. Who were the other 4? I don't remember. Is Zen still here? Because Zen would remember. I'm surprised Risha isn't telling me. She usually writes this stuff down. That's 2 to start with anyway, so. But yeah, I think I'd like to do this kind of dip pen and ink with this really loose watercolour type stuff for a bit. Giles from Buffy. That could have been one of them. That could have been one of them. No, because somebody said Buffy, and I said, why don't we do one of the boys? And I can't remember. Yeah, it was either Giles or Spike. Could have been Willow. There was one from everything. I've got the list somewhere anyway. I'll find it. Maybe I'll do those tonight. Work like really fast. Spike was one of them. Okay. That might be a fun way to use this book actually, instead of just urban sketching, because at the moment we're not going to be able to go out anywhere, are we? So maybe I'll do some more of these. That'd be fun to do these on one side and then ordinary pictures on this side, or, you know, landscapes on this side and like portraits on this side. We do like Spike. He's got that Billy Idol look to him. Oh, right, okay. I'm hungry. I need to eat. And Maddie's chewing stuff, so I guess she needs to eat as well. Oh, big huffs. Big huffs from the Maddie. Does the Maddie need her tea? The Maddie? Shut up, Mum. I'm trying to sleep, she says. I'm sleeping here. I'm sleeping. Ooh! You know what I've got? I just remembered. I have this one. The Stillman and Burn one that I've used for I've used quite a lot of it, but I haven't used all of it. Oh, it's mostly urban sketching though. Is it nearly all urban sketching, I think? Don't even know what that is. Don't know what that is either. That should be in there. Maybe I'll do some big ones in here. Maybe I just want to do all the things. Right, I gotta go. I need to eat. So if you want to do some more of this kind of stuff, but mostly not colour, Halloween Chronicles, come and play. Gates open on Friday for you to come in, settle down, chat about your books, chat about what you want to do, read some of the audio. We got music, we got all sorts. Katie found an awesome Halloween list of classical music, dark Halloween classical music, which is really cool. And yeah, see you, Paula. Hopefully I'll have my intro for my sketchbook filmed. All right then. Thanks for joining me, guys. I don't think anybody made a super chat this week. I wasn't really watching chat, so I apologise if you did make a donation on super chat and I didn't see you. Thank you. It's not because I don't appreciate it, it's because I wasn't really paying attention to chat today. And I will see you guys hopefully next week. But remember, I'm going to the dentist in the morning to get my tooth reconstructed, so it really depends how my face is feeling by then. And otherwise, I will see you in class tomorrow for Patreon and on Friday for the Halloween Chronicles. Can't wait. Bye, guys.